Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. Violent crime in Baltimore County as police investigate another homicide. How this is showing a growing trend among young people. And new steps to combat chaos in the streets. The new bill signed by Mayor Brandon Scott that could help deter street racing. Plus, recovery efforts continue this morning as Florida residents begin to pick up the pieces from Hurricane Ian. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, October 4th. I'm Megan Gilland. A little bit rainy out there this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers showing us that the sun is going to come back out eventually.
Yeah, eventually. We got another about day and a half or so, Meg, where we're going to have to see the rain that will continue. So another wet and cool start to your morning. Very similar to how we started yesterday. Right now over the Inner Harbor, we've got some of those rain showers here and there, low clouds for sure. And you can see our HD radar looking at those showers moving into Bel Air, over to Jarrettsville, up into northern Baltimore County, moving over toward Eldersburg there in parts of Carroll County. Kind of the wider picture here shows just kind of these bands of rain where you get some moderate to heavy rain and then all of a sudden you don't get anything, just a couple of sprinkles here and there. Either way, temperatures are chilly again. We're in the 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, down to Baltimore City, 47 in Brooklyn Park. We barely even got to the 50s yesterday. Weather story looks like this: cool, wet, and rainy morning again. More rain on the way this afternoon, but we are drying out as we head later into the week. Still going to throw that yellow light on your morning drive because it is wet out there, and you really have to watch for ponding on the roadways. You'll be driving along and all of a sudden, you know, you can lose the grip of your steering wheel. So you just want to make sure to be careful with that as well. Another look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, that sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're getting reports of a crash involving two tractor trailers and an overturned truck. This is on 95 southbound in Joppa between Mountain Road and White Marsh Boulevard. Our cameras couldn't really capture the exact accident right there, but we are hearing there is fuel spilled into the roadway. The two right lanes are blocked. Traffic starting to clear, but this is going to be an issue for a little bit of time. And again, on top of that, we've got some wet roads out there. Just take it easy this morning. 4:32, and we begin this morning with counties under pressure. A violent trend is brewing in Baltimore County. On Monday, a man shot and killed near Heathrow Court. Residents in a nearby apartment complex say that they could hear several shots being fired and then later saw a body laying next to a dumpster. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the very latest in this investigation. Turning to a city in crisis, a vendor at the Baltimore Farmers Market says that he will not return this weekend unless a solution is found for the homeless camp that is formed at the site of the market there. Coming up at 5:30, we're going to be checking in once again with more on the concerns going into next weekend. Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to the mayor's office asking what action is being taken to assist the homeless while also ensuring the farmers market will not be impacted next weekend. Why were these individuals not helped sooner, given the camp's visibility and proximity to City Hall? And has the city started using that $90 million to combat homelessness? Well, the mayor's office responding in a lengthy statement saying that they did not reach out to the individuals experiencing homelessness who were in the tents on Friday. The office says that it plans to submit approval for a third project to help get people off the streets. You can find the full statement in this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council voting to approve a plan to establish new boundaries for the city police districts. Council members voting to approve the new maps, which the police department created with input from the mayor and city council. The legislation now goes to Mayor Scott for his signature. He says that he does intend to sign the bill, releasing a statement saying in part, quote, ultimately, these districts optimize police response times and will facilitate better engagement between law enforcement and our communities. I look forward to signing the bill into law in the near future. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the hopes moving forward. One group is fighting back against the city's plans to scrap funding for a skate park in the West Baltimore neighborhood. The city had approved the money to build the skate park in Easterwood Park. That's right across from Carver Vocational High School. In July, city and state leaders decided the project would not be moving forward in favor of overall park improvements. Supporters of the skate park say that it would provide a safe place for children to skate and accessible recreation opportunities for everyone in that community. Well, the police officer, meantime, shot in the line of duty on Friday, is now at home this morning. Yesterday afternoon, his colleagues lined up outside Johns Hopkins Hospital and cheered as he was wheeled out of that hospital there. You can see the salutes happening there. A 19-year-old suspect who family members say was dealing with a mental health crisis is now in custody. Now to the latest in the federal trial against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Lawyers for Mosby have refiled their motion opposing a gag order. The judge ordering the defense to refile the motion because they included specific private quotes from potential jurors last week. The judge ordering that information must be taken out of the record and is giving them a deadline of Friday to show why she should not penalize the Mosby team for disclosing the confidential information. According to the first filing, 30% of jurors said they had already made up their minds about the case. Recovery efforts continue this morning as residents in Florida start to rebuild. Our Hurricane Ian coverage continues all morning long. Plus, a gloomy Tuesday ahead here at home. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when that sunshine returns. 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.39 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. That big L right there, that's an area of low pressure that's just sitting off the mid-Atlantic coast. That's what continues to bring all of that rain to us, and this is going to continue for at least another day today. Overall, you will definitely need the light jacket and the umbrella as you plan your out-the-door forecast here. No need for the sunglasses, but eventually later this week, we're going to need those shades because we are going to see that sun return. However, it is going to be a wet and cool start to your day, so if you're out for a run or a jog, just know those roads and trails are wet this morning. Maybe you want to do some indoor exercise. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. 4:39 in your national news this morning. An independent investigation finds rampant abuse in the National Women's Soccer League. Investigators say emotional abuse and sexual misconduct were systemic in the league across multiple teams, coaches and players. Former U.S. Attorney General Sally Yates led the investigation. She says abuse is rooted in deeper culture in women's soccer, beginning in youth leagues. Half the league's coaches were fired or stepped down amid allegations of misconduct last season. The president of U.S. Soccer calling the findings heartbreaking and deeply troubling.
The women's game is really important to me and many of the players in this report, I know, many of them I coached. I just found it really maddening that players had to go through this.
The report makes numerous recommendations to improve player health and safety. Prominent transgender advocate Caitlyn Jenner is reacting to a developing story out of Vermont. A girls' volleyball team at Randolph High School is temporarily banned from the locker room, pending an investigation. Some girls are uncomfortable changing around their transgender teammate. They accused the teammate of making an inappropriate remark. There are allegations that some girls harassed their trans teammate. Jenner feels some girls are being treated unfairly.
Now, does this trans girl have the right under Vermont law to be on the team and to use the locker room? Yes, she does. Do these girls have the right to comment? Absolutely they do.
Vermont state policy allows transgender students to play sports and use facilities corresponding with their gender identity. The school said in a letter to parents that it has space where students who feel uncomfortable can change in privacy. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Kel Thompson. This morning on the National Desk, bipartisan backlash on the border crisis. Former President Bill Clinton speaking out this week on the incredible migrant crossing numbers. We'll have the former head of Border Protection on the program to discuss this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Shots fired again in Baltimore County. Still ahead, the alarming new trend in how leaders are addressing the bloodshed.
Many say testing our wastewater is the wave of the future when it comes to fighting perhaps another epidemic or pandemic. I'm Liz Bonus. It does raise some interesting consent questions, however. We talk about that just ahead.
It is 4:45 and on the path forward, a debate on privacy is escalating as public health providers expand wastewater testing to track COVID-19 and other illnesses. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why.
Hey there, everybody. Public health providers say the future of contact tracing is in wastewater monitoring if we're going to get ahead of everything from new COVID-19 variants to polio. But it does raise a few questions about your privacy and consent. You see, what's in our water may tell us what's circulating, as lab testing, which reports viral case counts for illnesses such as COVID-19, continues to decline.
That's the foundation of epidemiology.
Broad community surveillance has been helpful in tracking potential deadly strains already of COVID-19. But public health providers admit that what's in your wastewater has the potential to be tracked to specific neighborhoods or homes.
We don't do that typically, but it could be done. And there have been cases where even maybe a building appeared to have a new variant, and you could kind of focus on that.
Dr. Steve Fagan says he sees this as an extension of contact tracing. But could it then be that you are mandated to get a vaccine in the name of public health if they trace a viral illness or contagious disease through wastewater to your home? So does this raise some ethical issues then about consent?
It's interesting about individual consent. In many cases, you could very well be called if you're a contact of someone with a contagious disease. It's a reportable contagious disease for which public health does that. You didn't consent to that call, but you'd like to know about it.
The hope is that this will add to more flexibility and freedom, not less. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Thank you, Liz. Well, this morning we're waiting to hear when a panel will rule in the case for the Biden administration's vaccine mandate for federal contractors. This case went before an appeals court yesterday. It's been challenged in more than half a dozen federal courts. 25 states blocked or partially blocked this mandate. A government website says it's not being enforced while the case plays out. The Justice Department says requiring vaccination is legal under federal law. 4:47, and this morning we continue our coverage of recovery efforts following Hurricane Ian. In Florida, the death toll has now surpassed 100. Nearly 3,000 people have been rescued. The president visits on Wednesday. Not everyone was able to evacuate in time. Now, one Fort Myers resident is talking about what it was like to ride out the storm in the area hit the hardest.
It's something you really can't explain. The storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet. And then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house.
To believe there. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Here we have another rainy day, but I mean, you can't even compare what we're dealing with compared to what they've been through. Yeah, just so much rain, Meg. I mean, this storm was had a long track. If you remember, it started all the way in the Caribbean, and then it went up into Cuba, and then all the way up into Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and then us here still dealing with the remnants, the leftover, what we call remnant low of this storm, which is still bringing a lot of wind and rain to our area. And this is how it's been basically since Friday, once it made landfall in South Carolina. Then we actually saw the rain that has really not let up. And we've had some breaks here and there, but overall that rain continues to fall. Officially, we're at 48 right now at BWI. Northwest wind about 8 to 15 miles an hour, and we are definitely seeing those temperatures that are chilly. Here's a look at the HD radar. You can see some periods of moderate rain here from Centerville on the eastern shore and Chestertown, all the way across the bay up into areas in Edgewood, crossing over to the Towson area into Essex and Middle River at this time. Pull back a little bit farther, and you can see some of those showers extending out toward Carroll County, down into Howard and Anne Arundel County for Laurel and Bowie down to Annapolis as well. When you see the larger picture, this is what I was talking about yesterday. That area of low pressure, what we call a coastal low, continues to just bring more of this wind and rain. And that low is actually getting closer to us. Over the next couple of hours, it will move a little farther to the west, and that will continue to bring more of what we call that onshore flow with this system. So really the rain not letting up. This is what's going to be taking place today. In fact, we're looking to see a little bit
more rain than what we saw yesterday afternoon. We actually had some breaks, and the sun tried to come out yesterday afternoon for a bit, but then more of that rain settled in. And that's what's going to be taking place today. We'll see those off and on showers through the morning into the afternoon as well. Finally, by about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we will see that rain let up just a little bit. Here's a look at some updated rainfall totals that we're projecting going forward through today into early tomorrow. Another morning. Another inch to 1.5 inches potentially for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air into Baltimore, just about an inch, 1.2 inches there. Our wind gusts right now about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The wind is going to still be an issue later today. You're going to see those wind speeds at 20 to 25, close to 30 miles an hour. And even tomorrow when we start to dry out, you're still going to have that strong northerly wind that's going to be with us through the afternoon and into the evening time before finally some nicer conditions later this week. As you rise and shine with us this morning, definitely a warm beverage. These temperatures staying in the 40s. Sun comes up at 7:06, but you wouldn't know it because we won't really see much of the sun again today. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. We do have some brighter days ahead. We should get back to the low and mid 60s for Wednesday. Even though we start off with a few rain showers, we'll eventually be drier by the afternoon. Thursday and Friday look stupendous. We're talking about mid 70s for highs, overnight lows in the 50s. We're dry this weekend, but quite a bit cooler. Notice those numbers drop back down to the 60s for highs and overnight lows into the 40s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and this isn't pretty out there. We've got a crash involving 2 tractor trailers and an overturned truck on 95 southbound in Joppa. Our camera just not quite catching it, but this is between Mountain Road and White Marsh Boulevard. We're getting word the 2 right lanes are still blocked. Also, there's a crash on 83 northbound by Cold Spring Lane. The right 2 lanes are blocked there. We've got some wet roads out there, guys. Just try to keep the speeds down. Be careful. For a check on mass transit, let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 403 canceled this morning, and we've got Penn Train 505 with a 15-minute delay, and Penn Train 401 running 5 minutes late. Light Rail Link has a 20-minute delay for the start. Allow time for travel on Light Rail Link, Metro Subway Link, clear sailing on time service from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, city council members airing out disagreements on Twitter. Still ahead, how this could impact your public safety.
I'm Christine Frazan with the U.S. Supreme Court, where a new term is now underway. Why some say it is also the start of a new era.
It is 4:55, and in your national news this morning, the defamation case against MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell will move forward. The Supreme Court rejecting his appeal to squash the case. Lindell is an outspoken supporter of former President Donald Trump. Dominion Voting Systems is suing Lindell and two other Trump allies for more than $1 billion for falsely accusing the company of rigging the election in President Joe Biden's favor. Well, the nation's highest court spent its first day back in session with plans to hear cases with what legal experts call monumental implications for our industry. As national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports, the new term might signify a new era for the court.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
With the law protecting a woman's right to receive an abortion now overturned, some court watchers wonder, what's next?
Hands up! Hands up!
Following a term that also loosened gun laws and limited the power of the Environmental Protection Agency to fight climate change, this one begins with a new record. Just 40% of Americans approve of the job the Supreme Court is doing, with 58% saying they disapprove, a record high.
Just doesn't look like law when, some new judges appointed by a new president come in and start just tossing out the old stuff.
They were rulings that in some cases prompted protesters to show up to the homes of Justices Kavanaugh, Alito, and Chief Justice John Roberts, who recently cautioned against questioning the High Court's legitimacy.
The Constitution needs, as John Marshall put it, somebody to say what the law is, and that's the role of the Supreme Court. And that role doesn't change simply because people disagree with this opinion or that opinion or disagree with a particular mode of jurisprudence.
There is also another record for how many women are serving. 4 for the first time ever, including the first ever African-American woman justice.
I have a seat at the table now.
It is a table chock full of contentious cases, with the prospect of ending affirmative action in college admissions, potentially giving more power to state legislatures in federal elections, and one involving a company refusing to provide wedding website services to same-sex couples on religious grounds, a violation of state law. Just a few months ago, this entire building was surrounded by massive barriers erected in the wake of protests following the leak of that Dobbs abortion decision. Well, those barriers have now been taken down. And for the first time in 2.5 years, when the COVID-19 pandemic began, the public has been allowed back inside the courtroom. At the Supreme Court, I'm Christine Frizzell.
All right, Christine, thank you. In other national news, former President Trump is suing CNN. His lawsuit alleges the cable news network has crafted a campaign of libel and slander against him because the network is afraid that he'll run for president again in 2024. Trump's lawyers accuse CNN of labeling Trump as a, quote, racist, an insurrectionist, and Hitler. They write that the network wants to defame him to defeat him politically. The former president demands a jury trial and is seeking at least $475 million in damages. CNN has not yet responded publicly to the filing.
The gun violence in Baltimore County continues following a violent weekend. Coming up, why some say there's a lack of transparency in the county police department.
A new law aims to tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear more about the law, plus why some are concerned it won't be enforced.
More rain continues this morning, but don't worry, we do have some light at the end of the tunnel. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45. Early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this rainy Tuesday, October 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Yeah, I'm Tom Rogers, and yet again, it sounds like what we were just talking about yesterday, right? I mean, doesn't this sound familiar?
Right, so we can go home and replay yesterday's show.
We could.
Rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us.
I mean, we have the tapes in the back.
Yeah, we do. And we do remember yesterday you were called Captain Sunshine, so we figured that out yesterday.
I used to be called Captain Sunshine, I know, and it didn't work yesterday.
No.
So I will try again today, guys, to get the sun back. However, it may just maybe there's a lag. I don't know. Maybe it's because my powers are a little weaker than they used to be. Either way, we'll take a look outside right now, guys. Good morning to all of you. Dealing with some of these showers over the Inner Harbor at this time, and temperatures that are chilly. You can see those 40s on the right side of your screen. Here's the rain, and here's where we're seeing some of the heavier rain. Middle River over to White Marsh and Perry Hall right there out toward Overley. We're seeing that up into Sparks and Moncton in northern Baltimore County. Now, on the west side, you can see Owens Mills, Randallstown, Woodlawn, dry for now, but it's just one of those temporary breaks where more of that rain is going to be rolling in, and you can see it kind of spinning around right there on your screen. And yeah, check out these numbers. 50 in Annapolis, 48 in Baltimore City, 46 your temp right now, Cockeysville. It is going to be a cold and wet morning commute, and want to watch out for those ponding areas or the roadways that have some ponding on them. It's pretty tough to drive in this morning. Just take it slow and plan some extra time. And Tom, you definitely are tracking some issues out there this morning. I heard some major things we were tracking. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. 95 South, though, is the big one. There's 4 vehicles involved. This one is just north of that. When you're coming down, this is in Clayton, when you're heading down from Aberdeen southbound. This is actually cleaned up a little bit. Now it looks like you just have 1 vehicle left there, but there's another one that's down from this that is really going to back you up. 95 right before White Marsh southbound, 4 vehicles. MDOT is saying, but we have some co-workers that were sitting in it and saw even a lot of damage with tractor trailers involved and what's left of some type of vehicle. And then there's also another accident, 83 southbound, which is basically the JFX here, and that is right at Cold Spring Lane, so that's causing some delays. You see those 2 markers right there, and you see the delays on 95 South because of that. 4 vehicles at least, including 3 semis.
5:02 now. We begin this morning with counties under pressure. The gun violence in Baltimore County continues after a violent weekend.
Yeah, at least 3 people were wounded in shootings this weekend, 2 of them teenagers. Now another shooting, this one turned deadly.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the growing violent trend in the county. Shannon?
And not only are we seeing a growing violent trend, Patrice, but we're having trouble getting our questions answered from Baltimore County Police. And that's something that the Baltimore County Police Union president says is on par with a recent lack of transparency in the department.
And the police department is not being as forthcoming with information that very much could quell the fear that's going on when you hear about severe incidents.
Yeah, on Monday, residents at this apartment complex near Perry Hall High School say they heard shots being sprayed, then later saw a body laying next to a dumpster. Now, we reached out to police for basic information, asking if this was a homicide and if there's still a threat to the public. But police were only willing to say that officers responded to a shots fired call, claiming that they can't release more information due to it being an active investigation. Now, the shooter incident also coming after a shooting in Catonsville left 2 teens in critical condition Saturday, and Sunday a man was found with multiple gunshot wounds in Owings Mills. Now, police later did confirm to us that that shooting from last night, a man was found dead and that there is no longer a threat to the public in that Perry Hall High School neighborhood area, but they are not confirming whether or not this was a homicide. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Well, Baltimore homicide detectives have now joined the search for a baby they say has been abducted by his mother. Police say 28-year-old Raven Harris, you just saw there, took her 1-year-old son Sunday from West Baltimore. The child was with a foster family at the time. Police say Harris fled in an unknown sedan, and the 2 have not been seen since. Investigators are asking anyone with information to contact homicide detectives or 911.
5:04 and turning now to a city in crisis and a potential solution to a problem that Baltimore City has been dealing with for years. We've seen dangerous street racing and stunt driving shut down streets time and time again. Well, now there's a new law to crack down on those drivers, but the question remains, can it be enforced? Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from a spot where you often see dirt bikers. That's Light and Pratt Streets, and she has a closer look at the new law and how this could make a difference. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Patrice. And as you mentioned, this intersection of Pratt and Light is a popular spot for illegal street racing. And the question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? If convicted of illegal street racing, this new law carries a fine of up to $1,000 and up to a year in jail. City Councilman Schleifer introduced the bill this summer, and now Mayor Scott officially signed it into law.
Are you looking for an arrest? You want to see arrests?
No, I mean, the idea here is that it serves as more of a deterrent. We don't want to have to take enforcement action, but now, if it does continue, there will be enforcement action taken.
Currently, the Baltimore City Police Department is understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he intends to prosecute laws on the books. Fox 45 News sent Bates' spokesperson an email yesterday evening with questions about the new law. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet, but we will send a follow-up email to try and get some of those answers. But back at City Hall, enforcement is expected.
When we sign a bill like this, we need to make sure that people are held accountable. I think that if folks are consistently breaking the law, then yes, they need to be arrested.
We got to put a stop to this. You know what I'm saying? This is dangerous. It can hurt somebody. It can cause damage. I mean, so many of things, but more than anything is lawlessness.
Now, this law goes into effect in 30 days. So once it does, we'll just have to wait and see if people plan to follow it and also if it will be enforced. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:06, we are getting word right now North Korea has launched a ballistic missile over Japan.
Now, Megan Gillen is joining us from our live center with the evacuations now underway. Megan?
Yeah, Tom, we're taking you live to Tokyo, Japan here this morning, where this ballistic missile is now forcing evacuations there, actually suspending rail service, seeing a lot of people milling about in the streets here. So they're still in town. Taking you live to the White House here this morning now, where we know the Biden administration is condemning the launch, calling the move by North Korean President Kim Jong-un, quote, dangerous and reckless. Meantime, I want to take you live now to Seoul, South Korea, hearing a lot there from their president, who is confirming the missile had an intermediate range. And what that means is that if it had involved a long-range missile, it could have been capable of hitting the U.S. island of Guam and possibly even beyond. Officials in Japan issuing their first J alert since 2017, urging residents to seek shelter. The missile traveling almost 3,000 miles, landing off Japan's northern coast. As of right now, there are no reports of any damage. North Korea has launched at least 40 ballistic missiles and cruise missiles so far this year. 4 of those, by the way, happened just this last week. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Calls for action this morning as health officials are urging everyone to get their flu vaccinations. Why they say this year could be a bad flu season.
It's wet on the roads once again this morning, so please take it slow. Plan a little extra time as you head out. We're back with your full forecast and when we'll see some brighter days ahead coming up. Well, here we go again. We are seeing more of these rain showers from this coastal low that is sitting just off of the Atlantic there, the mid-Atlantic region. And this is what we're seeing, more of that rain that is pulling in for the morning time. And you can see these temperatures, 30s out west. Most of us are in the 40s throughout central Maryland and up and down the Chesapeake this morning. We'll take a look at when this rain eventually moves out of here and what we can see for an improving weekend forecast coming up.
5:11 now, a health alert for you this morning. If you haven't gotten your flu shot yet, now is a good time to get it done.
Health experts say it could be poised for a big comeback after historically low levels during the COVID-19 pandemic.
For the fact that flu hasn't been here for a couple of years really has changed for the population immunity to flu. You know, not only that overall we just haven't been exposed to as much, so the population immunity has dropped. But, you know, we've got kids who are now, 2 years older, getting their first exposure to flu than typical.
Australia just got over a brutal flu season. According to some health experts, U.S. flu vaccines protect against 4 different strains. CDC says everyone 6 months and older should get their flu shot. They also recommend seniors get flu shots specifically designed for older adults.
Vendors at a farmer's market are threatening to not come back unless a homeless encampment is moved. Fox 45 News is pressing city leaders about what they're doing about the concerns.
And a shift in focus on crime for one Baltimore City leader. Just ahead, the comments the deputy mayor is walking back now that he's in this new position. 5:12 is the time. .15 on this Tuesday morning, continuing coverage this morning. Hurricane Ian and the efforts now for recovery.
Florida's governor blasted reporters for questioning evacuation orders for Lee County.
Now, that area bore the brunt of Hurricane Ian, yet was ordered to evacuate a day later than most other counties. Governor Ron DeSantis noted the path of storm change, and people were more than 100 miles away were still affected. Officials will review the protocols and steps that were taken, but now is the time to cast, he says, now is not the time to cast blame.
We have so many people that are here working hard, trying to pull themselves up. So many people we need to be helping. We should be focusing on what we can do to do good. We should be focusing on lifting people up and stop incessantly talking and trying to cast aspersions on people that were doing the best job they could with imperfect information.
The Lee County Sheriff stands by the last-minute evacuation order, saying they can't force people out of their homes. Florida's Emergency Management Director hopes to have power restored to all homes that can receive it by Sunday. DeSantis says restoration is moving quickly thanks to lessons learned from past storms.
Taking a live look now from Ocean City this morning as residents there also felt the force of what was Hurricane Ian.
Right now, the question is, when will this rainy weather finally get out of here? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and man, it was pouring on the way in.
Yeah, it sure was. Patrice, Tom, good morning to you. The answer to your question is Thursday. Thursday is going to be a very nice day, and even tomorrow will be better, but we have at least one more day of this slog and all of this rain that will be off and on throughout the day. We will get some breaks here and there, but again, you get those pockets of heavy rain, and that makes it tough to drive, and especially when we don't even have the sun up until after 7 o'clock. So this is what it looks like right now over downtown Baltimore. A lot of the wind and the rain that is staying with us. Some of you seeing a little bit of a break. Perryville up into Elkton, out toward Chestertown, but you can see that line of showers there kind of right across the Chesapeake into Essex and Middle River over to Towson, moving up into northern Baltimore County. A few showers around downtown Baltimore. Severn, you're getting a break. Glen Burnie, you're seeing a couple of light showers down through Annapolis as well. As we pull back a little bit farther, you can actually see that spinning low right there, and that's what's bringing all of that rain, especially to northern parts of Maryland at this time. The heavier rain even up toward New York and into parts of Pennsylvania, where they've just continued to see this rain drive in. And basically, this is why. You got this L right here that's sitting there. That's an area of low pressure, and that's still some of the remnants left over. Ian essentially kind of went into areas to the south and west of us into West Virginia, and then kind of reformed as a coastal low basically late Sunday into Monday. This is what we're seeing right now. And this low is actually going to move closer to us over the next few hours. So you can actually see those rain showers coming in by 9 o'clock this morning, and then more of that rain continuing. We'll get some breaks here and there, but more of that heavier rain through the later part of the afternoon into the evening time before finally starting to taper off. Now, eventually, we are going to see another additional at least an inch to possibly 2 inches in some areas on top of what we've already seen this wet start to the month of October. Officially, more than 2 inches just in the last couple of days, but some of you have seen some higher amounts. Also, that wind at 20 to 25 miles an hour for some of us right now. Still going to be a very gusty day today with that northerly wind at 20 to 27, even close to 30 miles an hour. And even though tomorrow starts the drying process, we're still going to have to deal with that wind on the backside of that low, that northerly wind coming through before eventually starting to calm down on Thursday. All right, so as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, same thing as the last couple of days. You got to make sure to have that rain gear ready to go, and temps will be chilly. Highs in the upper 40s and lower 50s is about all we are going to see today. By tomorrow, we do expect those numbers to rise back to the low and mid 60s, and then 70s into Thursday and Friday. A lot of the rain will be gone, a lot less wind, drier conditions, and then we stay dry for the weekend. However, we'll be quite a bit cooler. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And taking a look, you see the map right there. 95 southbound is your biggest issue this morning. In fact, right near, which is 43 or White Marsh Boulevard, right north of that is where you have 4 vehicles involved, at least 3 tractor trailers too, a smashed vehicle, some cleanups going on. That's, they saying, is going to take a while. Then also, you see on the JFX right there, right near Cold Spring Lane, there's also another multi-vehicle accident, but that's not causing too many delays. The big concerns are the 2 little incidents, well, 1 little incident on 95 and then the major one down right near 43. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 403 and Penn Train 413 canceled this morning. We've got Train 505 on the Penn line with a 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Out there at Light Rail Link, running about 20 to 30 minutes late this morning. Allow time as well for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link looking in that direction. No delays or problems between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Fans cheered as Adnan Syed walked out of the courtroom, but nothing but an ankle monitor. Some think this isn't justice for the family of the victim, though.
A homeless camp set up a block away from City Hall interrupts a weekend farmers market. Coming up, what is and isn't being done to resolve the issue and help these people in need. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The crime crisis across Baltimore continues as leaders debate how to curb the levels.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has a look at how the deputy mayor for public safety is looking at crime differently.
Right now, there are fewer homicides in Baltimore than compared to the same time last year. That has some leaders in City Hall looking at the crime plan, saying that it's working. But we spoke with a former BPD commissioner who says now is not the time to claim a victory. Deputy Mayor for Public Safety Anthony Barksdale ready to say the violent crime trend is showing progress.
So there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
When we spoke with Barksdale, there was one fewer homicide than at the same time in 2021.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress. So I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
That was last week. Now there are 4 fewer homicides. And September ending with 13 homicides, which is the lowest recorded in a single month since February 2015.
Homicide down by 1 really isn't a dramatic improvement.
Political analyst John Teedy says people watch the homicide numbers, and right now there has not been a significant improvement.
I think that a lot of people are frustrated still that there hasn't been a dramatic drop.
Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute says people cannot ignore those who have survived gun violence. And so far, that's 565 people.
But they're not counting the people who are forever paraplegics, the people who are forever traumatized, the people who will never work again,
people will never hold their children again.
I hardly think this is the time to do a victory lap.
Ed Norris, former BPD commissioner, says the crime rates in Baltimore now are still significantly higher than in years past, even if some lives are spared.
Even a slight improvement, we start to celebrate here, and it's still much more violent than it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Before assuming this deputy mayor role, Barksdale not holding back.
I firmly believe that the mayor and the police commissioner are letting the citizens of Baltimore down.
Already walking those words back.
I acted irrationally, and I'm man enough to apologize to the commissioner.
But his tweets from this now deleted account show he had issues with the consent decree. Fast forward a few years.
Policing alone won't solve this problem. I used to believe in arrest, arrest, arrest.
Barksdale seems to be all in on Mayor Scott's way of handling the crime crisis.
All of these tools are a critical part of Mayor Scott's comprehensive violence prevention plan. It's not that way anymore, not under Mayor Scott.
I think he believes it because I believe in it, but they're not mutually exclusive.
Norris says Barksdale's back and forth could be because he's in a different role with a different boss.
You're going to have to fall in line with the mayor's wishes. The mayor is the boss.
But it doesn't mean that more attention cannot be paid to the problem right now.
There's a whole bunch of things that need to be done, but we're in a crisis today, and the police department can't be let off the hook, nor can the city.
Norris also says that leaders inside City Hall need to remember that people living in the city want to feel safe where they live, when they go to work, when they go to the grocery store, anywhere in their communities. And he says right now, not everyone can say that. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
More than 100 people confirmed dead in Florida, while thousands more are left homeless. How other states are lending a helping hand.
The new police redistricting map was approved by City Council. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain the impacts that it could have. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Yeah, this pesky area of low pressure, which was once Ian, is still bringing wind and rain to our area, at least for another day. You'll definitely need to have the jacket, the rain gear, the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses today, but hopefully by tomorrow afternoon, we'll get those shades back on, and definitely by Thursday. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Numbers are chilly in the 40s, and we've got the wet roads and trails out there as well. So maybe indoor exercise once again today. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
541, lawyers for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have refiled their motion opposing a gag order in the federal case against Ms. Mosby.
Now, the judge ordered the defense to refile that motion because they included specific private quotes from potential jurors last week.
The judge ordered the information must be taken out of the record and is giving them a deadline of Friday to show why she shouldn't penalize the Mosby team for disclosing the confidential information. According to the first filing, 30% of jurors said they had already made up their minds about the case.
Violent few days in Baltimore County. Just ahead this morning, the questions the recent shootings are raising about transparency with the police department.
Plus, recovery is underway now in Puerto Rico following Hurricane Fiona. The promise coming from President Biden during his visit to the territory. 5:42 is the time. Inflation, frustration this morning. Halloween may be a little less sweet.
Yeah, the overall cost of Halloween candy projected to rise 34% over last year's prices. Now, that's according to data from PayPal. This comes as chocolate and candy companies deal with supply chain issues and inflation. Overall, the National Retail Federation projects that Halloween spending will reach a record $10.6 billion this year.
A lot of trips to the dentist.
5:45 this morning, we continue our coverage of recovery efforts following Hurricane Ian.
In Florida, the death toll has now surpassed 100. Nearly 3,000 people have been rescued. The president is going to visit on Wednesday. Not everybody was able to evacuate on time, and now one Fort Myers resident is talking about what it was like to ride out the storm in the area that was hit the hardest.
It's something you really can't explain. You know, the storm was, let's put it this way, it was unexpected that the water would come up so fast. In probably 15 minutes, it rose 4 feet. In another 15 minutes, it rose another 4 feet, and then another 4 feet. We had approximately, I think, about 15 foot of water at my house.
15 feet.
Yeah, they unimaginable. So thank goodness that he's all right there. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see just how long we're still going to be dealing with, much less version of the remnants of Ian, but still a lot of rain for us.
Yeah, Patrice, Tom, good morning to you. It's really kind of mind-boggling to think that, the rain that we're still seeing here is actually part of that same system that was Ian, which was, 10 or 11 days ago, just starting to form in the Caribbean and then caused all that death and destruction across several countries. Remember, Cuba as well as the U.S. with multiple landfalls. So we're still dealing with a wet start to your Tuesday morning. You can see the stadiums are lit up. I can't believe they got the game in last night at Camden Yards. The Orioles lost, but they do have another game tonight, and then their final game will be Wednesday afternoon. And, of course, the Ravens are back at M&T Bank on Sunday night football this upcoming weekend. Here's a look at our HD radar. We've got some drier air in parts of Elkton and Perryville out through Chestertown and Churchill, but that line of showers continues right across the bay and right up over to you in Essex and Middle River, rolling around the outer loop of the Beltway there. Baltimore City down through Vieira Beach into Severna Park. Still a few showers starting to track toward Eldersburg and Westminster. Even in Bowie and Laurel, you're seeing some light showers right now. This is kind of the larger picture here. We've been showing you this last couple of days with that coastal low. So that's the area of low pressure right there. It's actually going to shift a little farther to the west. So this will actually get closer to us later today and bring us more of that onshore flow, which will continue to bring us the rain showers. Excuse me. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. So about 8, 9 o'clock this morning, we'll see those waves of moderate to heavy rain at times. We'll get some breaks here and there in the afternoon, but the wind is still going to stay with us today. Finally, by about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, you see some of that rain starting to taper off a little bit, and eventually will lead us into a drier Wednesday. But this is what we have still to come in terms of our future scan. We picked up more than 2 inches officially in the last couple of days. Some of us expecting another 1.5 inches to possibly even close to another 2 inches of rain. So we're definitely seeing that continue. And the wind is also not done with us. So this is Tuesday afternoon. Some 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts are going to be expected here, especially from the north. And even tomorrow, that wind is still going to be blowing from the north as we start that drying process. As the kids get back to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, another wet one for sure, with temperatures that are chilly, 47 in the next couple of hours and lower 50s. That's about all we're going to get to today, guys. So typically this time of year, early October, we know those numbers could be in the lower 70s, nowhere near that. Upper 40s and lower 50s again for Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. Cockeysville at 50 today, 50 for you in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, not much better. Low to mid 50s for Elk Ridge and Glen Burnie down through Severna Park and Annapolis. And basically region wide, look at that, all around the mid-Atlantic, all of us dealing with the low to mid 50s for our highs this afternoon. Here is the bright spot of the forecast. Tomorrow, numbers expected to go back up to the mid 60s. And look at that. We've got dry air in place Thursday and Friday with mid 70s for highs. It is going to stay dry this weekend, including that game on Sunday night for the Ravens. But we're talking about temperatures that will drop to the low and mid 60s for our afternoon highs. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. While attention has shifted to the devastation of Hurricane Ian, tens of thousands remain in the dark in Puerto Rico. President Biden surveying the damage and vowed continued support. It's been 2 weeks since Hurricane Fiona tore through, knocking out power to the U.S. territory. 90% of the island is back online. Biden announced more than $60 million in new funding to help coastal areas with flood warning systems.
We're investing in Puerto Rico's roads, bridges, public transit, ports, airports, water safety, and high-speed internet. We know that the climate crisis and more extreme weather are going to continue to hit this island and hit the United States overall. And as we rebuild, we have to ensure that we build it to last.
The next stop for the president is Florida, where tomorrow he is set to visit communities impacted by Hurricane Ian.
Let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are still seeing backups on 95 southbound in Japa. This is from an accident involving at least 4 tractor trailers that happened between Joppa Road and White Marsh Boulevard. Probably going to be a lot of cleanup throughout that area this morning, so give yourself plenty of time as it is wet and slick out there. Let's also get a check now on mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn Train 403 canceled along with Penn Train 413 and train number 505 on the Penn line operating with a 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel. If your ride is on light rail link, you'll experience a 20 to 30-minute delay in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time in your travels on light rail link this morning. Metro subway link looking good for the start. No delays in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Tuesday travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. New efforts to crack down on illegal dirt bikes. Why some are questioning how effective it will be.
And shots fired again in Baltimore County, still ahead the alarming trend that is happening there and how leaders are addressing it. 5:51 is the time.
.554, and now to your Vote 2022 coverage. The midterm elections just 5 weeks away, and there has been a dramatic demographic shift that could hurt the Democrats' chances to hold on to their congressional majority.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports.
With control of Congress at stake, Hispanic voters, a key part of the Democratic base, drifting toward Republicans, according to a new poll. Republican Congresswoman Mayra Flores says Democrats have taken Hispanic voters for granted.
The Democrat Party has abandoned the Hispanic community. They're focused on white liberals. They're not focused on the Hispanic community.
54% of Hispanic voters in a new NBC News Telemundo poll say they prefer Democrats to have control of Congress, compared to 33% who want Republicans in power. But that 21-point difference is half of what it was in 2012. Political strategists say Democrats are increasingly out of step with working-class voters of all races, including Hispanics, on key issues.
There's a lot of Latino voters in limbo. And everything we see points to the role of the economy.
The poll shows Republicans with slight advantages among Hispanic voters when it comes to the economy and the border.
Even among a set of Latinos who heavily favor a pathway to citizenship, want to see a humane and orderly system, they do have some concerns about the border, especially the border as it might be depicted in the media, not as a immigration issue, but as a law and order public safety concern.
But on abortion, Hispanic voters still support Democrats 50 to 23%, and 54% disapprove of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, giving Democrats hope that issue will energize voters next month.
For Democrats, the abortion issue has decidedly moved Latinas, Hispanic women, back into the Democratic column, essentially blunting this rightward shift that was happening.
But among Hispanics, abortion is much less important than inflation, the economy, and the border. And with a majority disapproving of President Biden's handling of those issues, a group that Democrats can usually count on may wind up helping boost Republicans on Election Day. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
5:57 now, making your headlines this Tuesday morning. A Russian court will hear an appeal for basketball star Brittany Griner October 25th. Griner has been held in Russia since February after vape cartridges with cannabis were found in her airport luggage. She was convicted in August and sentenced to 9 years in prison for drug possession. The Biden administration has been working to negotiate Griner's release. Russian officials said they wouldn't entertain a prisoner exchange until she was tried and convicted.
A psychiatrist casts doubt on the defense's claim that Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz suffers from fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, saying he doesn't show the symptoms. At the sentencing trial for Cruz, Dr. Charles Scott says Cruz not only showed impulsive aggression, but planned aggression. That aligns more with symptoms of antisocial personality disorder, which was Scott's diagnosis. Prosecutors played video from Scott's analysis where Cruz details his research leading up to the Parkland massacre.
Did my own research.
Yeah, tell me what research you did.
I looked up on Wikipedia. I studied mass murderers and how they did it, like their plans and what they got and what they used.
He had the abstractive ability to know how this would be perceived in the community. It would be in the news, that you would all know him.
The testimony pokes a hole in the defense's argument by saying Cruz has no regard for right or wrong.
An accused serial killer goes on trial again in Texas. 49-year-old Billy Shamirmir is being tried in the death of an 87-year-old woman who was found dead after grocery shopping. Prosecutors say he killed her to try and steal her jewelry. It's one of 22 murder charges against him in the Dallas area, with older women as the victims. Prosecutors are not seeking the death penalty.
Jury selection continues this morning in the second day of the trial for Waukesha parade suspect Darrell Brooks. Brooks is suspected of driving an SUV into a crowd of people at that parade last November, killing 6 people. He is facing 77 criminal charges and will be representing himself. According to court documents, public defenders won't be allowed to help him on standby. Brooks initially pled guilty by way of mental disease before withdrawing his plea.
Gun violence continues in Baltimore County. Coming up, why some say there's a lack of transparency with the Baltimore County Police Department.
A new law aims to tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear more about the law, plus why some are concerned it won't be enforced.
Remember that movie Groundhog Day with Bill Murray, and he wakes up with Sonny and Cher and I Got You Babe at 6 o'clock and hits the alarm clock? That's what we're dealing with here once again today. We'll finally have some sun later this week, and we'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go again. You're looking at live conditions, Ocean City, Towson, and Baltimore, as we are tracking, as you just heard Justin saying, more rain. We've been seeing days of wet weather because of what's left from Hurricane Ian. We can tell you the end of the rainy days is in sight.
Where? I'm looking. Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, October 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. The glasses keep fogging up because of all this rain. I see it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but meteorologist Justin Chambers does. And It's coming, just we got to get through a little more of
Hey,
this.
today's National Vodka Day, so maybe you want to just hang out inside and, get a screwdriver or something like that, relax later in the afternoon.
And Taco Day, right?
And it's Taco Day.
There you go.
I got a whole thing about that coming up, but we do have to talk about the rain, guys. Good morning to all of you, and hopefully you're enjoying your morning with us. Yes, it is rainy once again, and this is what it looks like from the Towson traffic circle over there in Towson yesterday at Nacho Mama's. Not a lot of folks having nachos yesterday afternoon, but we were. It was all good. Here's a look at our HD radar. This is, you can see that live radar sweep and where the heaviest rain is from Towson and Baltimore straight across into Chestertown, even down through Annapolis. Zoom in a little bit closer right there on your TV screen. Look at those areas in yellow. That's that moderate rain between Pikesville and Towson, the outer loop of 695, even more rolling into Essex and Middle River out there toward Martin State Airport. And you can see those showers out toward Queenstown and the eastern shore. Annapolis, you're going to get hit with some of those showers, even though you've got a little bit of a dry patch right now. And some of you not seeing any rain this morning, but don't worry, all of us will get back in on that later today. 40s for your temperature, so it is chilly as you wake up with us once again, up and down the JFX from Cockeysville and Towson, straight down to JFX into Baltimore City at 49. A cool, wet, and rainy morning with more rain on the way this afternoon, but as we mentioned, some drier conditions ahead as soon as tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. Now, Tom, I know the roads were tough for all of us driving in this morning, and it's tough for people out there right now, right?
Yeah, 95 is the big issue this morning for your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. You can see the red link there in the backup here because we're hearing multiple tractor trailers involved with that incident right before you get to 43. If you're traveling southbound 95, that's the issue. Then continue through that past the 695. There's another incident there where you're also southbound 95 right at Hazelwood Avenue. Another collision there. We've got wind warnings across the Bay Bridge still in effect too, and another issue 83 southbound right at Sparks, right where I believe that is Belfast. So another issue there at Belfast Road.
Well, 6:02 now. We begin this morning with counties under pressure. The gun violence in Baltimore County continuing after a violent weekend.
Yeah, at least 3 people were wounded in shootings this weekend, 2 of them teenagers. Now another shooting. This one turned deadly.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the growing violent trend in the county. Shannon.
And not only are we seeing a violent trend, Patrice, but many of our questions to Baltimore County Police are going unanswered. And that's something that the police union president there says is on par with a recent lack of transparency within the department.
And the police department is not being as forthcoming with information that very much could quell the fear that's going on when you hear about severe incidents.
On Monday, residents at this apartment complex off Bel Air Road near Slater Avenue say they heard shots being sprayed, then later saw a body laying next to a dumpster. Now, we reached out to police for basic information, asking if this was a homicide and if there is still a threat to the public. But police were only willing to say that officers responded to a shots fired call, claiming they can't release more information due to its being an active investigation. Now, this shooting incident also coming after a shooting in Catonsville left 2 teens in critical condition Saturday. And Sunday, a man was found with multiple gunshot wounds in Owings Mills. Now, police did later confirm to us in that shooting from last night that a man was found dead. They say there is no further threat to the public, but they are not confirming whether this was or wasn't a homicide. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a potential solution to a problem Baltimore City has been dealing with for years. We've seen dangerous street racing and stunt driving shut down streets time and time again. Well, now there's a new law to crack down on the drivers, but the question remains, can it be enforced? Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from a spot where you often see the dirt bikes. That's Light and Pratt Street. She's got a closer look at the law and how it could be effective going forward.
Well, good morning, Patrice. And as you mentioned, this intersection of Pratt and Light Street is a popular spot for illegal street racing. The question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? If convicted of illegal street racing, this new law carries a fine of up to $1,000 and up to a year in jail. City Councilman Schleifer introduced the bill this summer, and now Mayor Scott officially signed it into law.
Are you looking for arrest? Do you want to see arrest?
No, I mean, the idea here is that it serves as more of a deterrent. We don't want to have to take enforcement action, but now, if it does continue, there will be enforcement action taken.
Currently, the Baltimore City Police Department is understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he intends to prosecute the laws on the books. Fox 45 News sent Bates' spokesperson an email yesterday evening with questions about the new law. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet, but we will send a follow-up email to try and get some answers. And back at City Hall, enforcement is expected.
When we sign a bill like this, we need to make sure that people are held accountable. I think that if folks are consistently breaking the law, then yes, they need to be arrested.
We got to put a stop to this. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous. It can hurt somebody. It can cause damage. I mean, so many things, but more than anything is lawlessness.
Now, the new law goes into effect in 30 days, so once it does, we'll just have to wait and see if it will be enforced and also if people plan to follow it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We are getting word right now that North Korea has launched a ballistic missile over Japan.
Megan Gillen is at our live center right now with the evacuations underway. Megan?
Guys, you wouldn't know it. Taking a look at the video right here. This is Tokyo, Japan, where you can see people are out there milling about in the downtown area there. We know this ballistic missile, though, is forcing some evacuations, also suspending rail service for the folks there. Taking you live to the White House now this morning, where the Biden administration is condemning the launch, calling the move by North Korean President Kim Jong-un, quote, dangerous and reckless. Taking you live now as we close this one down to Seoul, South Korea. And this is an important one here because we know the president there is now confirming the missile had an intermediate range. If it had involved a long-range missile, it could have been capable of hitting the U.S. island of Guam, possibly even beyond. Officials in Japan issuing their first J alert since 2017, urging residents to seek shelter. The missile traveling almost 3,000 miles, landing off Japan's northern coast. As of right now, guys, no reports of any damage. A lot of fear, though, this has certainly created. North Korea, by the way, launching at least 40 ballistic and cruise missiles just so far this year. 4 of those happened last week. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice, back to you.
The family of Heyman Lee is appealing to vacate the murder conviction of Adnan Syed. Just ahead, the justice now in question for the victim's family.
We continue to see the rain showers and the wind and the cool temperatures this morning, all thanks to that coastal low that will not go away. We'll break down what we can expect later this weekend, how the weekend's shaping up, though. It's coming up in a few. Stay with us, won't you? 6:11 is your time right now. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hump Day Eve. And, man, hopefully we can get over this hump of having all of this rain. This is what it looks like right now in your HD radar. Those heavier showers right through Baltimore County, basically from the city all the way up toward Cockeysville to the north there. So our temperatures are also chilly. We've got 30s in western Maryland right now. Most of us continue to be in the 40s. Westminster, Bel Air over to Baltimore City, and 50 in Annapolis. Hopefully you got some good rain from Mother Nature. I'm telling you, that yard and gardening cast, sprinklers off for sure, and temperatures only into the 50s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Developing right now, Baltimore homicide detectives have now joined the search for a baby they say has been abducted by his mother. Police say 28-year-old Raven Harris you just saw took her 1-year-old son Sunday from West Baltimore. The child was the infant really, was a foster family at the time, and police say Harris fled in an unknown sedan. The two have not been seen since. Investigators are asking anyone with information to contact police or call 911.
Florida is now on the path to recovery from Hurricane Ian, but many wonder, could more lives have been saved? Just ahead, the questions about when people were finally notified about an evacuation alert.
Inflation keeps hurting Americans. Just ahead, what a report is revealing about all American incomes. 6:12 is the time.
.615, the family of Heyman Lee is filing an appeal over the decision to vacate the murder conviction of Adnan Syed. The victim's brother saying that the family's right to meaningfully participate in the hearing that secured Syed's release was violated. Syed is now under home detention. Prosecutors have less than 30 days now to decide if they plan to retry him. Sean Kennedy with the Public Policy Institute is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Heyman Lee's family said that they didn't have enough time to participate. They were told on a Friday, and then the release happened on the next Monday. What could they have done if they had been given more time, and what do you think about their complaint?
Well, under the Victims' Rights Statute, they have the ability to put forward their issue with the evidence being considered and obviously just make their statement. They have no legal standing beyond that their victims' rights to be heard in front of the judge and the court were abided by. But that's neither here nor there. This was all the appearance of rushed justice. This occurred, this decision to vacate the conviction by the prosecution was done the same day Marilyn Mosby's trial date was set in her federal perjury and corruption trial. And then on Monday, the judge just said, let's go ahead, after compelling the brother of the victim here to appear by Zoom using COVID orders, even though the courts are open again, as the excuse to push this through. So the entire appearance of rushed justice and not giving the victim's family the opportunity to speak is what's a concern here.
I know you're saying that this is, maybe Mosby's way of distracting from what was going on with her legal problems. But could this be more about her wrapping up loose ends as she is on her way out of office and less about distracting from her case?
Well, you could say that, but it's a little strange that this was done 2 months after she was defeated, when she had 8 years to look into this case, and nothing was brought forward by her. There's actually not a single press release mentioning Adnan Syed, Hyman Lee, anything about this case on the SAO's website whatsoever. If you do a Google alert search, she doesn't weigh in on this at all as the as the process goes forward. 2016 and 2015, she had all the opportunity in the world to put forward a statement or express some interest in the case. She did none of that. And then suddenly, when there's some political expedience in terms of her trial, which she is herself putting forward as a popularity contest, that she's somehow been tainted by the media, she's putting forward something that's extremely popular. It's popular, but it's not right what she's doing. And she knows that. She knows that if she can get the people on their side or the media on her side, she has an opportunity to at least mix it up in the jury pool. And that's what she's doing here. This is definitely a distraction. She had every opportunity in the world to weigh in on this case prior to her primary defeat, prior to her federal corruption charges. And now she's doing it at the last minute. That's suspect.
What do you see happening with this case? Ivan Bates, who is taking over that office, has not seemed interested in retrying this case.
Well, it's going to go to the Court of Special Appeals based on this victim's rights statute complaint. If that court, which is the second level in Maryland's judicial system, rules for the family, there could be a hearing for standing where we could re-adjudicate what occurred in the court a few Mondays back. If that is the case, the Attorney General, Brian Frosch, can intervene like he did in 2016 and 2015 and compel this to go to the state's highest court, which is actually called the Court of Appeals. If that's the case, we could see Adnan Syed put behind bars and his new trial of the motion to vacate reversed. I hope that's the case. I hope that courts give due consideration to what occurred here, because there's no new evidence. There's no new DNA. There's no new cell phone evidence. Nothing has changed except for Marilyn Mosby's circumstances, and that's concerning. If something had come forward, then I'd stand up and say, okay, let's rehear this case. But that doesn't mean put him out on the streets. Adnan Syed didn't earn his innocence. There may be doubts about the case, but let's hear those out in court. Instead, they freed him on no new evidence. That's concerning.
Okay. Sean Kennedy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, it's 6:19 now, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and keep talking about this soggy day.
I could tell in your voice, Patrice, you're a little over it.
Just a little.
Tom?
I mean, yeah.
Great sleeping weather.
Exactly, and we're not doing that, so.
No.
No, we are not. We are all
What'd your mother
here.
always say? If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all?
Exactly. Oh, maybe that's good.
About
maybe
the
that's
weather.
Good. Yeah, we are, taking a look today. Look, yesterday there was a point in the middle of the day where, the skies got bright, and I'm like, all right, here we go. It's starting to dry out, and then all of a sudden we got more rain later in the afternoon, and now we are seeing that continue into this morning. So our Towson camera right now, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, obviously shaking around a bit. Still windy, still rainy for a lot of us. 49 your current temp in Towson. That north wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour right now. Here's a look at some of the moderate rain that just rolled through Towson, now heading over toward Owings Mills and Reisterstown, right up 795. You're seeing some of those yellows indicating that moderate rain. So this makes it tough to travel, especially when the fact that the sun is not even up yet. You go down south and toward the east into Essex and Middle River, down into Edgemere, all the way out toward Rock Hall, continuing to see those showers at this moment. You pull back a little bit further, and we are seeing some of the drier spots there in parts of Harford County, up towards Cecil County, and out toward the west as well and down south. But this is all part of that larger system that just in the last 12 hours, we've dumped more than an inch of rain in northern Baltimore and Harford counties and close to an inch in other areas there. This, again, that's just the last 12 hours when overall officially we've seen more than 2 inches in the last couple of days. And it's all because of this coastal low, the remnants of what was once Hurricane Ian still sitting and spinning right there off the mid-Atlantic coast. Now, as we take you into the next couple of hours, you can see our future scan showing us some of those areas in yellow and orange. That's more of that moderate to heavy rain rolling through in the second half of your commute this morning. Pop-up showers here will be with us through the afternoon. About 6, 7 o'clock tonight, the O's taking the field again for the last night game of the season. And hopefully they can get that game in. They amazingly got it in last night, even though it was only 8 innings. But finally, by the time we get to about 10, 11 o'clock this evening, we'll start to see that rain taper off. We're still going to have to deal with wind today, and overall, our rainfall total still going through tomorrow morning, adding another inch to an inch and a half in certain spots. So very soggy conditions. Here's a look at the wind speeds. We'll see those continue to pick up into the afternoon and evening time. And even tomorrow, when we start drying out a bit, the wind is still going to stay with us. Now, notice we're only in the 50s today. Back to the mid-60s on Wednesday. Finally a little bit warmer, drier by tomorrow afternoon. Thursday and Friday look spectacular with numbers in the mid-70s and plenty of sunshine. And we'll be cooler, but we do stay dry for this upcoming weekend, including that Ravens game Sunday night. All right, Mark Jones, MTA, transit, metro, subway links, Mark trains. I mean, look, everybody's wet, Mark. Are you over the rain like we are?
Yeah, I'm tired of it, but hey, we'll deal with it for now. Yes. Out there, Justin, good morning. You'll find on the MARC train system a few delays, among them train 845 running about 8 to 10 minutes late, and Penn train 511 out there with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link with a 20 to 30-minute delay in both directions. Certainly allow time for travel out there on light rail link this morning. Metro subway link, a different story. No delays or issues. On-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Tuesday. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
This homeless camp here behind me, set up just a block away from City Hall, interrupts a weekend farmers market. Coming up, what is and isn't being done to resolve the issue and help those in need.
A decision by Baltimore City's Recreation and Parks prompts a protest right at the foot of City Hall. Why a skate park project was scrapped. 6:23 is your time. Continuing coverage this morning, Hurricane Ian and the efforts now to recover.
Florida's governor blasted reporters for questioning evacuation orders for Lee County.
Now, that area bore the brunt of Hurricane Ian, yet was ordered to evacuate just a day later than most other counties. Governor Ron DeSantis noted the path of the storm changed, and people more than 100 miles away were still affected by this. Officials will review the protocols and steps that were taken, but now they say is not the time to cast blame.
We have so many people that are here working hard, trying to pull themselves up. So many people we need to be helping. We should be focusing on what we can do to do good. We should be focusing on lifting people up and stop incessantly talking and trying to cast aspersions on people that were doing the best job they could with imperfect information.
The Lee County Sheriff stands by the last-minute evacuation order, saying they can't force people out of their homes. Florida's Emergency Management Director hopes to have power restored to all homes that can receive it by Sunday. DeSantis says restoration is moving quickly thanks to lessons learned from past storms. Remote work can be a blessing and a curse. Just ahead, a warning that could cost Americans their jobs later on.
The new police redistricting map was approved by City Council. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain the impact that it could have. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, just outside, and I saw the flag against the flagpole just stuck to it, just sitting there cold and drippy wet. And that explains Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's National Taco Day, guys. Can we just focus on the positive, accentuate the positive, and do something to the negative. I don't know how that phrase goes, but either way, good morning to all of you. We are taking a look at the rainy start here. This is our Towson camera. Just a moment ago, we had it kind of flickering about there with some of that wind that is still flapping around. So it is getting some of those flags to move for sure. But again, with the rain, some of the flags sticking to the poles, as Tom was talking about. So here's a look at your HD radar. Let's push in a little bit closer. You can see some of that moderate rain right through Baltimore City, up into Pikesville, out toward Reisterstown, also down to the south and east, out toward Edgemere. And you can see that Sparrows Point, even Pasadena picking up a few light showers. Other areas are actually not seeing the rain right now. So there's kind of that line right there across the Chesapeake and up into Baltimore and Carroll counties. And numbers in the 40s once again this morning. Woo! 46 in Owings Mills, 45 in Towson and Essex, 48 in Glen Burnie. Actually, I didn't have the heater on this morning, but I had the windows rolled up, so there's that. Cool, wet, and rainy morning with more rain on the way this afternoon, and we are drying out later this week. And let me tell you, not fun on the roads this morning. Morning drive, yellow light for you. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Plan for a little extra time on that commute. Speaking of which, Tom, what's the latest with all of the issues we've already had out there this morning?
Yeah, some have already been cleaned up, but then others pop up here. The main one, though, 95. You're taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network cameras here, and you see all the red. That's 95 south, just before you get to 43 or White Marsh Boulevard, and multiple vehicles there. The camera's not showing any issues at that point. In fact, none of the cameras are pointed to where the incident is happening or the backups there, but you can see all the red and the yellow forming there for miles. Turning now to a city in crisis, a vendor at Baltimore's Farmers Market says he will not return this coming weekend unless a solution is found for a homeless camp that's formed at the site of the market.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning near that farmers market location as we're questioning city leaders about what is the resolution here. Shannon?
Yeah, and this morning, Patrice, that homeless camp is still here just behind me. You can see those red tents running right under there, under I-83. And this is just a stone's throw from city leadership with City Hall just a block away. It's also home to the city's weekly farmers market. So vendors arrived here Sunday morning to find this.
I meet so many different folks around, and it's just a wonderful thing. Believe me, I love this market. I love Baltimore. But this is sad, what's going on. I don't know. I mean, they need homes. I understand that. They need homes. I'm just upset that the right hand doesn't speak to the left hand. And I mean, this shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that longtime vendor you just heard from says they showed up Sunday morning to find tents occupying spots where market vendors were supposed to set up. Now, he's frustrated that the city isn't doing more, and he says he will not return until that issue is resolved. Meanwhile, the mayor's office does tell us that they were aware of this homeless group present at the farmers market, and they say the city's homeless services are conducting outreach to see how best to move forward together. Now, the city also says that they are working with BOPA, and that is the organization that puts on this farmers market. And they say, Tom and Patrice, that they are working with them to ensure that both patrons and vendors do have a good experience moving forward.
Shannon, it's been about 8 months now since Mayor Scott announced that there was going to be $90 million going towards homeless relief. Have we seen any movement on that?
Well, Patrice, this community, the homeless community, says they have not. In fact, they feel like the city is doing nothing. But we did reach out to the city with that very question, and they say that they are submitting approval for shelter demobilization very soon. So they say that that means that they will provide emergency housing soon, and hopefully these people will get more relief. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:35, Baltimore City Council approves its first changes to police district in decades.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from downtown Baltimore. And Olivia, what is this redistricting going to mean for the city?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the city believes that the proposed new lines will help the police department with several things, including to better manage resources and to respond to crime faster. The new map, which you're looking at right now, was drafted by the police department with input from both the mayor and city council, and it would make the city's largest northeastern police district considerably smaller. The district is currently the largest by population and police workload. And on Monday, Mayor Scott tweeted, quote, "Ultimately, these districts optimize police response times and will facilitate better engagement between law enforcement and our communities. I look forward to signing the bill into law in the near future," end quote. City officials often heard that certain districts were too large and police response time took too long. So feedback was gathered from residents for this change. And according to the proposal, redistricting will also reunite city neighborhoods that were previously divided by police lines and allow quicker response times to crime in each area. And again, the legislation now goes to Mayor Scott to sign. And just for some context, these updated guidelines mark the most significant change to the district in more than 50 years. We're now reporting live in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The trial for 5 alleged members of the Oath Keepers resumes today.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what the group is facing. Megan.
Yeah, Patrice taking you live to our nation's capital here this morning, where these 5 are charged with conspiring to oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power by force on January 6th of last year. I want you to take a good look at this video here. This piece of video obtained by CNN showing 3 of the 5 who prosecutors say are the Oath Keepers breaching the Capitol. Now, if you look closely, you can see the group wearing combat gear as they go inside. The defense is expected to argue the group came to D.C. as peacekeepers and believed that President Donald Trump would invoke the Insurrection Act, would deploy the military to calm the crowd should things get out of control. The group pleading not guilty to the charges, which, by the way, if convicted, could mean up to 20 years in prison. The trial is expected to last 3 to even 5 weeks. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Fox 45 News seeing yet another violent altercation within Baltimore County schools. This morning, we're bringing the video straight to the county executive to demand answers on what's being done to stop this.
Another rainy day today. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we're going to get some sunshine. 6:37.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Basking in autumn's beauty all season long and this October present from Maine. Here's another vibrant gift from the Pine Tree State, multiple falls in one place, fall leaves decorating the waterfall. Meanwhile, near Rochester, New York, a recent coating of morning frost shows up to greet the grass and windshields.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
641 in your consumer news this morning. Remote work may be a blessing for Americans who enjoy not having to commute to the office, especially on a day like today. But analysts are warning that it could cost Americans their jobs later on.
Yeah, recent analysis by the Labor Department found highest paying jobs such as software engineers and internet publishing are easier to do remotely. Industry professionals say that the high paid tech workers could find themselves, though, out of a job within a decade if companies outsource those positions with workers from overseas and pay workers much less. A mother's intuition proven right by a state investigation. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore looks into a report citing multiple violations by city schools when it comes to providing an education.
People need to make informed decisions about what their risk is, and if they choose to rebuild there, making sure that they do it in a way that's going to reduce their threat.
Just ahead, the estimates in cost to rebuild communities in Florida. 6:42 is the time.
.644, and now to your morning rush. A new law signed by Mayor Brendan Scott aims to tackle illegal street racing. Olivia Dance is joining us live from downtown Baltimore this morning, and Olivia has some concerns. They have concerns about if this law will actually be enforced the right way.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. And this intersection of Pratt and Light Street is a popular spot for illegal street racing. And the question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? The Baltimore Police Department is currently understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he will prosecute the laws on the books. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more details on the law, plus how city leaders expect it to be enforced. Back to you.
This morning, we are hearing about yet another deadly investigation in Baltimore County. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the concerns this morning about transparency within the Baltimore County Police Department. Shannon.
Yeah, as you just laid out, Patrice, we are seeing a violent trend in Baltimore County, but many of our questions to Baltimore County Police are going unanswered. So last night's shooting happened at an apartment complex close to Bel Air Road and Slater Avenue. Now, we reached out to just get some basic information from police regarding that shooting. They weren't really responding to us. They really didn't answer many of our questions, but they did finally confirm that they did find a man dead at that location and that there is no further threat to the public in that area. But stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'm going to have more details on that case. And we're going to hear from the Baltimore County Police Union president for why he says there's a lack of transparency in the Baltimore County Police Department. Now back to you.
Just because you're not required to buy flood insurance doesn't mean that you don't have the option to buy it. It is certainly your best defense to help protect your property in the aftermath of any of these storms.
Yeah, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell saying that people should make informed decisions, you heard her, about rebuilding in areas that are hit by natural disasters. Her comments coming days after Hurricane Ian devastated the barrier islands and coastal communities around Fort Myers Beach in Florida. Estimates for rebuilding between 28 to 47 billion. Now, according to the Insurance Information Institute, 18% of Florida homes have flood insurance. So that leaves the big question right now as these families are coming back. I mean, you were down there. You were in the Tampa Bay area. Now people are coming back into that airport where you are and seeing their homes just gone. Do they rebuild or not?
And it's hard because Tampa wasn't hit as hard, but there's still a lot of damage that you don't think about just when you compare to Fort Myers. You think, oh, that's not as bad. But my in-laws just south of Sarasota, and they said Florida wasn't supposed to be inhabitable. You know, they made this marshland a place where you could live, and now it's just destroyed. They're looking at, you know, tens of thousands of dollars.
But when you talk to the people down there, I mean, they're resilient, aren't they? I mean, they don't want to move, and they don't want to. They moved to Florida for a reason.
So then it's surprising to me that only 18% have flood insurance. I think if you're going to be, but you know, this is what there is otherwise. It's more expensive to have to rebuild. So I think if you choose to live there, and a lot of people do, you also have to know that that is part of the expense.
And you know what my in-laws said last night is they're surveying their damage. There's flood damage and then there's wind damage, and they don't cross over. So a lot of people boosted, they live on the water, they boosted their flood insurance, but they had a lot of wind damage. So
you got to get all the insurance.
You would think we'd have a lot of flood insurance around here. I mean, look at it where we live. I mean, we're right on the water. So many, right at sea level.
And Fells Point floods all the time.
All the time. Annapolis, we had those live shots yesterday, too. So good morning. We'll talk about the rain again, continuing. Unfortunately, this morning, guys, still, can you believe it? We're still talking about the remnants of Ian. And this is set up as what we were talking about yesterday, a coastal low. So basically an area of low pressure that's just sitting there off the mid-Atlantic coast. And this is a live look here from my Charm City tanks shot. Still, the sun has not come up yet, and we're still dealing with a lot of wind and rain. Curtis, can you pop up that Towson camera real quick behind me, or just take it full? Because I just want to show this is what it looks like from our Towson camera. So this is downgraded or been degraded here just over the last couple of minutes, and this is what it looks like when you're trying to get out on the roads this morning. So similar to what we saw yesterday, before the sun is even up, we're dealing with more of this moderate rain. Look at that right there, all of the areas here in yellow, just to the west of Edgemere and Essex now, down through Greenhaven, Pasadena, up into Baltimore City, out through Elk Ridge, Catonsville. We just showed you that Towson shot right there with that moderate rain, and continuing to see that pretty much for a lot of us here this morning. This extends out to Chestertown, the eastern shore. You've been hit with a lot of rain over the last couple of days. You look up towards Cecil County, some drier spots there, but areas to the west that haven't seen the rain this morning, you're going to get that. It's coming your way within the next couple of hours. In fact, the next 15 to 20 minutes, you'll see that. These are some of the rainfall totals here, and this is just over the last 12 hours where you can see that pocket of sort of moderate rain, northern Baltimore and Harford County, about over an inch of rain just in the last 12 hours. This is on top of the 2 inches that we've had since basically Friday. This is that coastal low I was talking about, so you can see that thing sitting and spinning right there. And what it's going to do over the next couple of hours will continue to move to the west, and that is going to bring more of the rain into our area. So this is 9 o'clock this morning on our hourly future scan. Notice those blue lines. That's the wind. Megan was talking about wind and flood damage here. So the wind is going to be with us through the afternoon today into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I know we sound like a broken record. We just keep hitting Control C, right? It's just like copy and paste. And here's what we're looking at for our hourly future scan by 7 p.m. Those showers with us until then. Now, finally, by about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, that rain is going to start tapering off and we begin a very slow drying process. This is the updated look at our future rainfall totals. And again, adding another inch plus to a lot of areas that have seen some very soggy conditions. Now, here's a look at our future scan with the wind. That wind will continue to blow from the north and the northeast here, not only today, but even tomorrow as well. The good news with all of this is it's been that kind of slow and steady rain, so we haven't had many flooding concerns. But we know we've dealt with a lot of rain just over the last couple of days. Kids getting out to the bus stop, definitely rain gear, and definitely make sure you get the jackets on. We could be chasing our coldest high temperature ever for the date. 54 degrees set back in 2010. 53 is the high we're going for today. Now, notice we do get to the 60s tomorrow, slightly drier by tomorrow afternoon. And let me tell you, Thursday and Friday, guys, the payoff will be very nice as we head closer to the weekend. Patrice?
The world is your oyster, and Maryland is the best place to embrace them all. Just ahead, whether you like to eat them or maybe you don't, there's something for everyone at the upcoming Oyster Festival. On
today's Creature Feature, Creepy Crawly. Seriously, make sure you're watching in our 9 o'clock hour as we introduce you to some of our tiny guests that may have you screaming or at least hissing. Yeah, but before we get there, you may be hissing at another cool, rainy day ahead.
So before you head out to the bus stop, make sure you warm up with a coffee break. .55 and making headlines this morning, a Russian court will hear an appeal for basketball star Brittany Griner on October 25th.
Now, Griner has been held in Russia since February after vape cartridges with cannabis were found in her airport luggage.
That's right. She was convicted in August, then sentenced to 9 years in prison for drug possession. The Biden administration has been working to negotiate Griner's release. Russian officials said they wouldn't entertain a prisoner exchange until she was tried and convicted. As students are trying to figure out their path in life following high school, there's a growing number of them saying no to a traditional four-year college.
In fact, many are instead choosing trade schools or apprenticeships. The National Desk Angela Brown joins us now with a look at what's behind many of those decisions.
Well, this number right here is scaring some students off. U.S. News reporting the average student debt is $30,000 for a recent college grad. At 23 years old, Brady Woodall makes more than most recent college grads without a four-year degree. Brady takes home $25 an hour. The entry-level college grad, $20 an hour.
I came to the conclusion that when I came out and got my license, I would have earned as much money as I would have accumulated in debt if I would have gone to a four-year school.
Four-year universities long considered the ticket to the good life, leaving more students drowning in debt.
I actually had to get a second job to start being able to pay them off.
The undergraduate student body dropping by nearly 1.4 million students, or 9.4% during the pandemic, many trying to avoid leaving college with the average $30,000 in debt.
Today, too many talented Americans are choosing against enrolling in higher education due to the fear of debt.
Instead, many students are embracing the trades. The Association for Career and Technical Education says spring enrollment at construction trade programs is up 19.3%, back to pre-pandemic levels. In mechanic and repair technologies, 11.5%. Brady works in heating and air, getting paid while training.
Work in the trades, go to school, have your school paid for by your sponsor, and receive an education that you don't have to pay for.
Brady is following in his father's footsteps, who also works in the industry, now focusing on the future debt-free.
Right now, I'm saving up for a house.
We checked the price tag for trade schools. Trade schools, colleges, and universities says the average tuition for trade schools is about $3,600 to $14,000. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Well, speaking of trade jobs and alternate routes, the Federal Aviation Administration is set to release new rules about how many hours flight attendants can work.
Now, the regulations could come out as soon as today, and according to that news agency Reuters, the rule would require airline flight attendants get at least 10 hours of rest time between shifts.
Currently, flight attendants get at least 9 hours of rest time, but in some situations, they get 8 hours. The possible new change in regulations comes after Congress ordered action to be taken back in 2018.
Gun violence continues in Baltimore County. Coming up, why some say there's a lack of transparency in the Baltimore County Police Department.
He is losing out on the education that he is rightfully deserved.
Baltimore students forced to miss weeks of school because city schools didn't provide them with the resources they need. Now a state investigation has concluded wrongdoings by North Avenue.
And here we go again. It is going to be another rainy day in our region, but the end of the wet weather is in sight.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We have two exclusive stories for you this hour. Violence inside Baltimore County schools has parents demanding better safety for their children. County Executive Johnny Olszewski will join us live to answer the questions that are on the minds of parents.
And new state findings this morning after our Project Baltimore team elevated the concerns of 4 Baltimore families. Why the state says city schools has violated the rights of a number of students.
First, though, we want to get a check of the weather as this day is starting on a rainy note. You're taking a live look at conditions in Ocean City, Towson, Baltimore, all the same there. We've been seeing days of rain because of what's been left over by Hurricane Ian. We can tell you, though, we've been hearing, we have it on good authority from the meteorologists, that the rain may be coming to an end. Good morning on this Tuesday, October 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Thank you for joining us here. I know it's just one of those days where you just want to stay in bed. Maybe you are. Maybe you're just watching us from bed, and we're jealous because you can just click and just, you know what, roll back over again. But
nice cup of coffee. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, actually. We've got Justin here. I usually only do 1 cup a day, but this might be a 2-cup day, just to be warm.
I think it is a 2-cup day, too. Patrice, like Tom, good morning to both of you.
2-big-cup day.
I know. You guys need to fill those up, man, for your coffee break. Let's go. We are taking a look at that rain that continues. You know, we had that Ocean City shot, and actually it showed some of the damage for the festival right there. This is the shot I was talking about. Right there, that is when they were going to have that Ocean's Calling concert, over the weekend, which they postponed. And I saw some stuff online about how there was some damage to that, but they're obviously taking that down. Yes, it's wet in Ocean City. It's wet here. It's wet all over the place. This is our Towson camera. Hard to even see York Road right there from our shot in our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And this is why that HD radar continues to bring a lot of the rain and the wind and temperatures that are chilly. 30s in western Maryland. We're only in the 40s for most of us as we wake up this morning. So Mr. Bo says take it slow. Plan for a little extra time on your commute. There's still ponding out there on the roadways, especially where that heavy rain and that water just sits there and has really nowhere to go. High of 53 today. That's going to challenge the coldest high for the day that was set back in 2010. Breezy to windy as well this afternoon. The sun's not even up for another 5 minutes. Now, don't worry. We will see the sun here a little bit later this week, and we'll take a closer look at that more promising forecast in just a few.
It's 7:02 now. We begin this morning with counties under pressure. Gun violence in Baltimore County continuing after a violent weekend.
Yeah, at least 3 people were wounded in shootings. 2 of them teenagers. Now another shooting, this one deadly.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the growing trend there in the county. Shannon?
Yeah, not only are we seeing a violent trend, Patrice, but many of our questions to Baltimore County Police are going unanswered. And that's something that the president of the Baltimore County Police Union says is on par with a recent trend of a lack of transparency within the department.
And the police department is not being as forthcoming with information that very much could quell the fear that's going on when you hear about severe incidents.
Yeah, on Monday, residents at this apartment complex off Bel Air Road near Slater Avenue say they heard shots being sprayed, then later saw a body laying next to a dumpster. Now, we reached out to police for just basic information, asking if this was a homicide and if there is still a threat to the public. But police were only willing to say that officers responded to a shots fired call, claiming they can't release more information due to it being an active investigation. Now, this shooting incident also comes after a shooting in Catonsville left 2 teens in critical condition on Saturday, and Sunday a man was found with multiple gunshot wounds in Owings Mills. Now, police did later confirm to us in that shooting from last night that they did find a man dead there, but they do say that there is no further threat to the public. They still have not confirmed, though, whether or not this was a homicide. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A group of Baltimore County community members and parents, they're calling on Baltimore County school leaders to do more to keep students safe. It comes after new videos circulated online showing the group of students fighting. In fact, one girl at one point is holding a bat. It's similar to a number of fights the county school system saw last year. Those who attended a rally in the rain are calling for action from school leaders. County Executive Johnny Olszewski is here in studio. He'll be joining us in just about 10 minutes to discuss the concerns of parents and students. Baltimore homicide detectives have now joined the search for a baby they say has been abducted by his mother. That's 28-year-old Raven Harris. She took her 1-year-old son Sunday from West Baltimore. Now, the infant was with a foster family at the time. Police say Harris fled in an unknown sedan. The 2 have not been seen since. Investigators are asking anyone to make sure you contact police if you know their whereabouts or call 911.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a potential solution to a problem that Baltimore City has been dealing with for years. We've seen dangerous street racing and stunt driving shut down streets time after time. Well, now there's a new law to crack down on those drivers, but the question remains, can it be enforced? Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from a spot where you often see the dirt bikers. That's Light and Pratt Streets, and she's taking a closer look at this new law. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, as you mentioned, this intersection here at Pratt and Light Street is a popular spot for illegal street racing. And the question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? If convicted of illegal street racing, this new law carries a fine of up to $1,000 and up to a year in jail. City Councilman Schleifer introduced the bill this summer, and now Mayor Scott officially signed it into law.
Are you looking for arrest? You want to see arrests?
No, I mean, the idea here is that it serves as more of a deterrent. We don't want to have to take enforcement action, but now, if it does continue, there will be enforcement action taken.
Currently, the Baltimore City Police Department is understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he intends to prosecute the laws on the books. Fox 45 News sent Bates' spokesperson an email yesterday evening with questions about the new law. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet, but we will send a follow-up email to try and get some answers. And back at City Hall, enforcement is expected.
When we sign a bill like this, we need to make sure that people are held accountable. I think that if folks are consistently breaking the law, then yes, they need to be arrested.
We got to put a stop to this, you know what I'm saying? It's dangerous, it can hurt somebody, it can cause damage. I mean, so many of the things, but more than anything is lawlessness.
Now, the new law goes into effect in 30 days, so we'll just have to wait and see if it's enforced and also if people plan to follow it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News also looking into laws that are not being enforced in Baltimore City. And that includes laws that could keep squeegee kids off the streets. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. The other targets aggressive soliciting. Another is the city curfew. That law states children 13 years and then younger in Baltimore City must be inside at 9 o'clock at night until 6 the next morning, while children 14 to 16 have an 11 to 6 curfew. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says that curfew is impossible to enforce.
All right, 7:07 now. Despite already being eliminated from the MLB playoffs, it is still a winning season for the Orioles.
All that matters.
82 wins, 78 losses, and if they sweep the Blue Jays in the final series of the season, they can actually get to 85.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday, the O's took a tough loss at home. The Blue Jays beat them 5-1, but the hope is still there as they're gearing up for Game 2 tonight. First pitch just after 7, and then Game 3 tomorrow starting just after 4. Are they going to get the game in tonight?
I don't know. I didn't think they were going to get the game in yesterday.
They didn't get the full game in. They had to stop after 8 innings.
Yeah. They had a rain delay later in the game, and then they ended up saying, you know what, that's good. We got 8 innings in. But, I mean, tonight, same thing. We're going to have more of that rain. But tomorrow is an afternoon game, and that's the last game of the season. Can you believe it? It's the last game of the season. But, guys, I mean, what? A week and a half ago, we were still talking about having a chance to get to the playoffs.
We were doing math. We were carrying nines. We were trying to figure it out. Going divisions.
Rewind 1 year ago and how happy we would have been to be in this situation. This is awesome.
Right.
What a turnaround.
It's great. And looking forward, I mean, look, Jimmy's birthday was a couple days ago. I think Jimmy had something to do with this. He's like, all right, we're going to do a winning season, guys. We're going to get our fish sandwiches, and then we're going to win, get to the playoffs next year. So, all right, let's take a look outside. We've got that young core of people who are all ready to go. Got all those great prospects. Yeah, the youngins. Yeah, those young kids, sometimes they know what they're doing, so in terms of baseball. But here's a look at our HD radar right now, continuing to see the rain. Look at all of these areas here in yellow and orange, indicating some of that heavier rain for the eastern shore. Churchill up into Chestertown, moving right across the bay over to Essex and Middle River. Heaviest rain right now just south and west of Baltimore, down through Elk Ridge, Ferdinand Heights into Severn. You're seeing that all the way up toward Pikesville and Eldersburg as well in Carroll County. Now, some of you not seeing the rain right now, but more of that rain will continue to develop off and on throughout the day. So if you want to get your run in or your jog in the next couple of hours, wet on the roads and trails and chilly too, with numbers only in the 40s as we head into the later part of the morning. We're back in a few minutes with an updated outlook on how things will shape up later this week. I think you're going to like what I have to say. Back to you.
You are not going to like what I have to say if you're traveling 95 southbound. Len Stoller Traffic Network. Take a look at that. See all the red right there? That just keeps getting worse. And that is a major accident involving multiple tractor trailers, a lot of cleanup, a vehicle that one of our coworkers couldn't even tell what kind it was, some type of vehicle, car that was involved in that. So that cleanup continues, and you see the backup there right before you get to 43 or White Marsh Boulevard coming down 95 south. There's also another one, an incident collision right at Edmondson Avenue on the outer loop of 695 now. We've got another one also taking place right at Frankfurt Avenue and north of Charles Street. There's 2 vehicles involved there. That's the outer loop also right before you get over the, that's the harbor tunnel there. So a lot of issues out there on the roadways. Just make sure you take it slow. Also seeing a crash in the outer loop, as we were just saying there. And so there's some slowdowns continuing here.
We are getting word right now that North Korea has launched a ballistic missile over Japan.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with the evacuations that are now underway. Megan.
Tom, you wouldn't know by looking at this video right here. This is a live look from Tokyo, Japan, where you can see just people all over that downtown area. We do know that there are, of course, evacuations underway. They're actually suspending rail service in that area this morning. Taking you live now to the White House, where we're getting word here this morning that the Biden administration is condemning the launch, calling the move by North Korean President Kim Jong-un, quote, dangerous and reckless. Live now to Seoul, South Korea. And this is an important live shot to take you from here this morning as we pull this up for you. We know the president there confirming the missile had an intermediate range. If it had involved a long-range missile, guys, this could have been capable of hitting the U.S. island of Guam, possibly even beyond. We know officials in Japan did issue their first J alert today since 2017, urging residents to seek shelter. The missile traveling almost 3,000 miles and landing off Japan's northern coast. As of right now, there are no reports of any damage. A lot of fear, as you can imagine, there this morning. We know North Korea has launched at least 40 ballistic and cruise missiles just so far this year, and 4 of those happened just last week. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice, back to you.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. A vendor at the Baltimore Farmers Market says he won't return this weekend unless a solution is found for the homeless camp that has taken over their space. Still to come, why city leaders have yet to resolve the issue.
We want to send a strong message to as higher up as we can because it needs to stop.
Baltimore County parents concerned with their children's safety. Now they're demanding action from the school system. County Executive Johnny Oseski is joining us right after the break to weigh in. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
We're talking about multiple shootings, school fights, you just heard, and bullying, as he was just talking about. An officer-involved violent arrest that was caught on camera. This all fueling calls. Baltimore County is seeing a violent trend, as others claim. And Baltimore County Police Department is not being transparent. Well, joining us here now, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Thank you so much for coming in, Executive.
Sure thing. Good morning.
Is there a growing trend, violent trend, in your county?
Well, if you look at the crime statistics, of course, any act of violence is concerning, and we take it very seriously. But homicides in Baltimore County are actually down 50% year over year, even as we're seeing significant increases across the region and country. If you look at violent Part 1 crime, it was down 16% last year. It's actually relatively flat this year. But we continue to do all that we can to make sure we're keeping Baltimore County a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. We have our officers actively working on these cases. We have a well above national clearance rate on homicides and other violent crimes. The men and women of our police department do a fantastic job. And we remind people, if you commit a crime in Baltimore County, you will be found, arrested, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We will hold you accountable.
Let's talk about, though, the schools. As you've seen that video, there was at one point at Perry Hall High School a girl wielding a bat, and that brought up some issues. Her family saying she has been bullied for a year, has brought that up to school leaders, and for the past year that's happened, that's why she needed to have the bat. She was arrested at the school because it happened right in front of school administrators. What are we doing, though, as we're seeing more and more videos here coming out of Baltimore City or Baltimore County schools showing students fighting?
Yeah, so my most important job, first and foremost, is a dad, and I'm a parent of a Baltimore County public school student. I have a first grader here in Baltimore County, and the safety and well-being of our students and families is the most important thing that we can do here in Baltimore County. It's why that I've put forward historic increases and investments for our schools, more counselors, social workers, increased the number of teachers, just gave them a historic pay raise, in fact. We're putting the resources in place to not only support our nationally recognized school resource officers so that we have that presence in the building. We also have school safety officers and assistants that we've put in the building that we've supported. But the school board can and should do more. We continue to call on them to make sure they're doing everything in their power with those resources.
And that brings up a point, though. How much interaction do you get with the school board? I mean, how much pull do you have with them, really? You
know, Baltimore County is the funding source of the school system. About half of our budget goes to the system, but the operations of the schoolhouse actually are overseen by the Baltimore County School Board. And so we do try to work with and partner, but we also are pushing on them to make sure that we continue to make those investments, continue to hold people accountable for acting inappropriately or violently in our schools. And, I also just want to put a plea out to parents. The most important indicator of a child's success is parental involvement. And so spend time. Our schools are open. Go in there, see what's happening, be a presence to help keep our schools safe, and be a positive influence for your student and those with whom they're going to school.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski here right now. One last question. We had just a few weeks ago, there was video of a police officer, Baltimore County police officer, appears to be punching a suspect multiple times. You would ask for further review of that video. There were illegal guns found on both the suspects in that strip mall right there in Woodlawn. Have you heard anything since?
So I know that the review is ongoing, that we did recover a gun as part of that incident. And so I think it's important to keep context in place. And that's part of why we do the review, so that residents have the full span of the interaction. I think that both the officer and the public deserve that. And so we're looking forward to having the review concluded and having that information shared with the public as it becomes available.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, thank you so much for your time.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Now it's, going back out to the weather here.
I went and got hot chocolate.
Oh, hot chocolate. That's the way to go on this rainy Tuesday, right?
I didn't want to do another cup of coffee. I mean, I'm awake enough. I just needed warmth. So actually, I could have gotten tea.
You could have, but hot chocolate's better.
It's an excuse to get chocolate.
Come on. Tea's garbage. Tea is only when you're sick and you got to have it come on.
I like tea also, though.
I know, but hot chocolate's way better. And
on a day like today.
Put some vodka in it, Patrice. It's National Vodka Day.
And then what? Eat a taco with it? It's National Taco Day, too.
This afternoon. It's National Taco Day.
I'm working.
That sounds disgusting, all those three together.
Tacos and vodka, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. That's what New Shoes said. So let's take a look outside right now.
Jasmine's going to be doing weather tomorrow when he's sick after that conversation.
Yeah. I just reread our Sinclair sick policy, so all right, I got a couple hours left. All right, take a look outside right now. Our Towson camera. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, definitely an indoor day to enjoy some of those things potentially later this afternoon. Towson camera definitely looking a little bleak right now, only because the rain is falling and temperatures are chilly and it feels cold too. That north wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour. That doesn't help. All it does, it makes it feel colder. Wind chill numbers at 43. That's what it feels like when you step outside in Towson right now. Here's what the HD radar looks like. Pretty much, very much a repeat performance of what we saw yesterday morning with those bands of heavier and moderate showers for the eastern shore, right across Rock Hall over to Essex and Middle River, Martin State Airport. Man, we haven't been able to fly in a couple of days because we've just been socked in with those low clouds. Meanwhile, the rain continues across Baltimore City, up into the outer regions of the outer loop of the Beltway. Heaviest rain right now is Elk Ridge moving toward Columbia. So Howard County, you're getting in on that over to parts of Carroll County there in Eldersburg. Pulling back a little bit further, there are some areas where we're seeing some drier patches, especially to the south and east and also to the south down through Bowie, down through Annapolis as well. Not seeing a lot of rain at this time. It's all this coastal low. This was once Hurricane Ian, and again, still spinning around this coastal low just off the mid-Atlantic coast. It's going to track a little closer to us today, and that means more rain, unfortunately, with temperatures that are going to stay chilly and the wind that stays with us as well. You can see on our hourly future scan pretty much those bands of rain that will keep coming through. A few breaks here and there today, but not looking like it's going to be as many as we saw yesterday. And then as we get to about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, eventually that rain will start to taper off just a bit, and we begin a drying process as we head into Wednesday. But we're still tracking another inch or more potentially. We've already seen a ½ inch of rain in some spots this morning, adding another inch to and a half to close to 2 inches across central Maryland once this thing rolls through. And the wind is going to also be an issue this afternoon. 20 to 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. Even tomorrow, though we're drier, it'll be more of a northerly wind coming in at 18 to 25 miles an hour. So breezy to windy conditions will continue. Make sure those kids have the rain gear ready to go, hopefully already prepared. They've been doing that the last couple of days with the galoshes, whatever those are. I think they're boots, but it's a fancy way to say boots, right? Lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour when you pick them up from the bus stop. Today, our high temp of 53 is not very impressive. Mid 60s do return tomorrow, so it'll be slightly warmer. I'm telling you, if you can just hold on to one more day or two, Thursday and Friday will be real nice with mid 70s. Now we're dry this weekend, but notice those temperatures drop. We're going to see 60s for highs and 40s for low. Should be great Sunday night for the Ravens at M&T Bank Stadium. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Mother's intuition proven right by a state investigation. Still to come, Fox 45 News. Project Baltimore looks into a report citing multiple violations by city schools when it comes to providing education.
This morning with the B&O Railroad Museum, the World is Your Oyster Festival is coming for the first time. We'll tap into that, tell you all about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:26. Oh, shucks. It's so Baltimore. The Oysters aren't feeling shellfish this weekend.
I'm glad they had you say that. You can learn to shuck like a pro, all while rescuing the Chesapeake Bay at the first ever The World Is Your Oyster Festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at the B&O Railroad Museum for the celebration.
Oh, shucks, you guys quit playing around. Okay, too many jokes this morning. Look, we have Allison and Kim. Allison's going to tell us all about what's going down. What's up, Allison?
Good morning.
How are
Thanks
you?
for having me.
Yeah.
We're Oyster Recovery Partnership. We're hosting the World Is Your Oyster Festival this weekend. Please come down. We'll have great seafood, oysters on the half shell. We're going to have a shucking competition. It's going to be really exciting. And we're featuring oyster art, oyster wares, oyster jewelry, with fantastic vendor partners like Kim Havel.
Kim is in the building. Kim, tell us what's going on.
Hi, I'm really excited to be at the Oyster Fest this weekend. ORP always does great events, and I will be one of many vendors. I do oyster art. We'll have my products, along with other great vendors, great food, great drinks.
Awesome.
Can't wait.
You're down with ORP. Hey, you know me. You're down with ORP. Come on, Allison. Oyster recovery, baby.
Wow.
Wow.
Love it. All right, and he's showing off his pearly whites.
There you go. Dun, dun, dun. Another dad joke there. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
More rain with highs in the 50s. Yeah, it's in store for us today. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when we are finally going to dry out.
This homeless camp set up a block from City Hall interrupts a weekend farmers market. Coming up, what is and isn't being done to resolve this issue and help those in need. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, 7:31. It's the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and let's go over to him. I mean, he's wound up anyway. We had our 7:30 stretch. He's talking about chocolate. Let's see. He's also talking about vodka and tacos today.
It's also National Cinnamon Bun Day, Golf Lovers Day, and Fruit at Work Day. All things I like.
And very rarely do we have the fruit here at work. We have all the other things.
I just ate an apple at work.
You didn't bring that, though. The community food is always something.
Never good. Yeah.
No.
Let's take a look outside. This is a day where maybe you don't want to be outside. I mean, you got to walk to your car. You got to get to work, get the kids to school. We know that. But this is what it looks like right now from our Towson camera. It's actually rainier this morning, at least at this hour, than it was yesterday. And we expect to see even more rain than what we saw yesterday. And you can see that on our HD radar. Look at all those areas where that yellow and orange, the heavier rain showers, especially for the eastern shore. You're seeing that in Chestertown, up toward Galena and Churchill, kind of over toward Rock Hall, moving over to Edgewood right across the bay. Essex and Middle River getting hit with more of that moderate rain all the way down through Dundalk across into Baltimore City. And you can see that yellow patch on the left side of your screen moving toward Columbia. That's what I was talking about, moving to you in Howard County and southern ends of Carroll County at this time. Now, that rain, it'll be kind of off and on throughout the day today, and numbers are in the 40s right now. We really don't get out of the 40s. We'll try to sneak in to the lower 50s here by the time we get to the middle part of the day. But still have that yellow light there. Mr. Bowe says take it slow. The roads are wet this morning, and there are incidents out there all around the region. We'll take a closer look at when we'll finally see some drier air and that sun that will return. We'll break that down coming up in just a few.
This morning, 4 Baltimore City families say their children were denied the education they're entitled to.
And now, as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, a state investigation has confirmed it.
To me, it feels like if I wanted to walk up and slap somebody, they did it for me.
Ebony Frisbee feels vindicated.
It was really relieving to get that. I'm like, I've been telling you, y'all were wrong.
Frisbee is referring to this, the results of Maryland State Department of Education investigations, which found Baltimore City schools violated the federal education rights of 4 students, including her son.
He is losing out on the education that he is rightfully deserved. Like, this is more than just education. It was financial, it's mental, emotional. Like, I don't care what your title is. As a human being, what you're doing is wrong. So I hope they get fired. Have a seat.
Project Baltimore first spoke with Frisbee in August. Her son, Shy, attended Marianne Winterling Elementary in West Baltimore. Shy has an IEP, or Individualized Education Program. It's designed to provide him with extra services, which are federally funded and mandated. But Frisbee told Project Baltimore Shy was not getting those services, so she kept him home for his safety. He missed 96 straight days of school, yet received a report card with falsified grades and was promoted to 2nd grade.
But your son, Shy, missed basically
his whole school year. Yeah.
At the time, city schools pointed the finger elsewhere.
Right. I remember that. Still irritating.
In a statement, the district said Frisbee's complaints about her own son's education contained inaccuracies.
It's honestly, it's a horrible thing to say and even do.
The Maryland State Department of Education seemed to agree with Frisbee's concerns. MSDE issued this report after Frisbee filed a disability complaint on behalf of her son. The state found 4 violations of Shy's federal education rights. According to the report, the school was not properly evaluating his progress as Shy failed to meet his IEP goals. City schools must now provide corrective actions and issue a report to MSDE by December 1st, outlining what it's doing to not just better educate Shy, but all students with disabilities at Marianne Winterling.
It's not just me, it's many other parents out there that's going to Baltimore City schools that's experiencing the same thing.
And Frisbee is correct. Since May, Project Baltimore has interviewed 5 families who say their children with disabilities were also cheated out of an education. 4 of those children had IEPs. All 4 filed disability complaints with the state. And in all 4 cases, the state found that city schools violated the federal education rights of each student.
They just don't care. For a $1.6 billion company to wrong so many families of their children's education, they owe us reparation for that. And more of us need to speak out to not only obtain it, but to also to give our kids a chance at an education.
The families of these 4 students have hired an advocate to help them with their children's education. But what about the city leaders who allowed the school system to commit these violations? What help are they providing the families? That part of the story Wednesday. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:37 now, turning to a city in crisis. A vendor at the Baltimore Farmers Market says he won't return this coming weekend unless a solution is found for a homeless camp that formed right at the site of the market.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning near that farmers market location as we're questioning city leaders about what's being done to resolve this. Shannon.
And this morning, Patrice, on this rainy morning, that homeless camp is still here right behind me. Now, there's a little bit of traffic, but if you look closely, you may be able to notice the red tents lining all under I-83. And this is just a stone's throw from city leadership, with City Hall just a block away. It's also home to the city's weekly farmers market, and vendors came here Sunday morning to find it.
I meet so many different folks around, and it's just a wonderful thing. Believe me, I love this market. I love Baltimore, but this is sad what's going on. I don't know. I mean, they need homes. I understand that. They need homes. I'm just upset that the right hand doesn't speak to the left hand, and I mean, this shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that longtime vendor you just heard from says they showed up Sunday morning to find tents occupying the spots where market vendors were supposed to set up. Now, he's frustrated that the city is not doing more, and he says he will not return until this issue is resolved. Meanwhile, the mayor's office tells us they were aware of the homeless group present at the farmers market, and the city's homeless services are conducting outreach to see how to best move forward together. Now, the city also says that they are working with BOPA. That is the organization that puts the farmers market together, and they say that they are working towards a goal of making sure that they're providing a good experience for vendors and patrons moving forward. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
5 alleged Oath Keepers back in court today facing charges in the January 6th insurrection. What their attorney is arguing.
And a cold, wet morning out there. But what about heading into the weekend? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that for you and more coming up. 7:39 is the time.
Well, the trial for 5 alleged members of the Oath Keepers resumes today.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what the group is facing. Megan.
Yeah, Patrice, we're taking you live to our nation's capital here, where these 5 individuals are charged with conspiring to oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power by force on January 6th of last year. This piece of video here, obtained by CNN, showing 3 of the 5 there. You can see it highlighted, who prosecutors say are the Oath Keepers breaching the Capitol. Now, if you look closely, you can see the group wearing combat gear as they go inside. Well, the defense is expected to argue the group came to D.C. as peacekeepers and believed that President Donald Trump would invoke the Insurrection Act, which would then deploy the military to calm the crowds should things get out of control. The group pleading not guilty to the charges, which, by the way, if convicted, could mean up to 20 years in prison. The trial is expected to last anywhere from 3 to even 5 weeks. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The positive news coming out of Florida following the devastating damage done by Hurricane Ian. What the state's largest power utility company is now saying about getting residents back on the grid.
And the impacts left after Hurricane Fiona hit Puerto Rico. The current damage and power outage that island is still facing. 7:43 is the time.
Florida's largest power utility company says it's ahead of schedule.
They expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday.
This news comes after Hurricane Ian wiped out the power for 2.6 million customers just last week. This morning, Florida Power and Light reports about 440,000 people are still left in the dark. Now, Florida Power and Light says that one reason for this quick turnaround is the steps the company has taken to reinforce the grid.
We're still having areas like you can see behind me where we're rebuilding, but for now, we've been able to get a lot of folks up quickly because we're able to repair, clean the areas, all the debris.
Florida Power and Light reports about 5% of those affected are still without power, explaining most of those customers are in areas that are still flooded.
Well, just before Hurricane Ian struck the U.S., Hurricane Fiona devastated Puerto Rico.
Currently, tens of thousands of people there still remain in the dark. Yesterday, President Biden surveyed the damage and vowed continued support. It has been 2 weeks since Fiona tore through, knocking out power to that U.S. territory.
90% of the island is back online. 66,000, though, are still without water. Biden announcing more than $60 million in new funding to help coastal areas with flood warning systems. That's on top of the recent announcements from the bipartisan infrastructure law totaling upwards of $700 million.
We're investing in Puerto Rico's roads, bridges, public transit, ports, airports, water safety, and high-speed internet. We know that the climate crisis and more extreme weather are going to continue to hit this island and hit the United States overall. And as we rebuild, we have to ensure that we build it to last.
Well, President Biden says they'll put particular focus on making the power grid more resilient for future storms. Hurricane Maria devastated that island 5 years ago, killing nearly 3,000 people.
Yeah, 7:48 now. And speaking of the weather and the rain, my goodness, we're feeling it right now again today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast, and it just doesn't look nice behind you, Justin.
Yeah, I know it doesn't, guys. I'm sorry. You know, it's cool, it's wet this morning, it's breezy, it's windy, and we're seeing that here all over. In fact, you can barely even make out the stadiums right here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, looking right down 395 with that line of cars right there. But the dark skies here, even though the sun is up, we say, you know, oh, the sun will return. Well, the sun's always there. It's just a matter of seeing the sun, and we will see that within the next couple of days. Got to get through today, though, and we can still see some of those showers in Centerville over toward Rock Hall on the eastern shore, up into Chestertown. Folks there in Kent and Queen Anne's County, moving over toward Baltimore County, where we're seeing the heavier rain just north of Essex, up toward Towson and Perry Hall and White Marsh. Moving over to Cockeysville right now, the outer loop of the Beltway. Still those scattered showers around downtown Baltimore. Just to the south in Pasadena, down through Arnold, you're seeing a little bit of a break, but more of those rain showers for you in Columbia, and moving up into southern Carroll County as well. So to the south and to the northeast is where we're seeing some of the breaks, but that rain is going to continue to be an issue throughout the day today. That's because of this coastal low. This storm started 10 days ago or even more in parts of the Caribbean, hit Cuba, and then obviously Florida and South Carolina. And now the remnant low pressure system is still sitting there and spinning off of the East Coast. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. We're going to see the wind and the rain today. There will be periods where we'll get some breaks in the rain, but then more of those heavier bands will roll through as we head later into the afternoon and evening time tonight. 6, 7 o'clock this evening, right when the O's are set to take the field, still some leftover showers, and may see a stray shower too. So we could have another rain delay like we had yesterday, but they did get the game in last night against the Blue Jays, and they've got another game tonight. Now, here's a look at the updated rainfall totals we're looking at. Still could see about 1 inch to 1.5 inches of additional rain on top of what we've already seen. The fact that this rain has been kind of slow and steady for the last couple of days is good, because that is limiting our flooding potential. But we still have a lot of that saturated ground, and the wind could be blowing down trees over the next couple of days because the fact that those trees are not in that solid ground with the wet weather out there. Yeah, I can't even really do my forecast because I don't know anybody is going to be out trying to play golf today, but at least a 2-club win. Hopefully we've got some brighter days ahead later this week. And check out these high temps. These highs in the upper 40s and lower 50s could be challenging the coldest high temperature for October 4th, which was 54. My forecasted high is 53. I believe our high is going to come this evening. So after about 7, 8, 9 o'clock is when we'll actually see the warmest temperatures. Back to the 60s tomorrow, eventually a little bit drier. Thursday and Friday, well, finally, we'll see a lot of sunshine and temps back in the 70s. And then we do stay nice and dry, albeit cooler this weekend. Tom, any improvement on the roads out there?
No, not really. I mean, we do have some issues here. The main one is still 95 south. Look at this. A lot more red on your map. A lot of it's because of the volume at 7:50 in the morning. Plus, you add in the rain, you know that's going to happen. But 95 south, right before 43 White Marsh Boulevard, still cleaning up that accident that is causing some major delays if you're heading southbound there because of multiple vehicles there. 4 involved. At least 3 semi-tractor trailers were involved in that too, and another vehicle. So that cleanup continues, as you're seeing some other issues right near Joppa Road here too, and also on Liberty Road. 95 right near Joppa Road, though, still is the talk this morning.
A coyote is released back into the wild following a little school trip. Look at that, how the baby ended up in the bathroom there in the first place.
Well, wedding bells and furry friends. Not coyotes, but what some would call a perfect combination. But is the puppy love enough to break a world record? Find out after the break. Speaking of combos, tag team back again.
Well, there it is. Coffee break. Wait a minute. We were talking about.
There it is.
There we go. That's the tag team coffee break. That's what you get. It's early.
It is early. Well, topping your health headlines this Tuesday morning, some cheese products sold at major retailers are being recalled due to a possible listeria outbreak.
The FDA says Old Europe Cheese is recalling its Brie and Camembert cheeses. The recalled products have Best By dates from September 28th, 2022 through December 14th of 2022.
Now, the affected cheeses were sold at retailers including Whole Foods, Albertsons, and Safeway.
The FDA says it linked 6 cases of listeria to a strain found in samples taken from an Old Europe cheese facility.
Well, now to a bright spot for your Tuesday rainy, cold Tuesday morning. Puppy love is real, but is it enough to break a world record?
My daughter would like this story. Over 100 dogs and their owners headed to a minor league baseball field in Illinois Sunday to try to break the Guinness World Record for the largest dog wedding. Sadly, their love fell short. Only 66 dog couples tied the knot, well below the 178 couples
not even close.
Who said I do in the 2007 world record. The Kane County Cougars Baseball Foundation hosted the doggy wedding event, which also doubled as a fundraiser for military veterans and animal rescue groups. If we had known, my daughter's always trying to marry our dog to our neighbor's dog. Right. we could have been there.
You could have traveled?
Buddy and Olive
could have traveled.
could have made the move.
67 couples. Still, that was supposed to be your good news story, and it fell short. Less than half. Come on.
But hey,
puppy love is not as strong as it was a few years ago.
It's love. It's all good. All right. A gross morning out there, though. And that is a meteorological term because that is what meteorologist Justin Chambers sent out in his email this morning. He said it's a gross morning. He's going to have a look at when we'll finally see some sunshine and warmth again.
A new law aims to tackle illegal street racing. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear more about the law, plus why some are concerned it won't be enforced. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, October 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Rain jackets, boots, umbrellas, galoshes. I mean, you got to bring it all.
Yeah. Onesie, footy, pajamas, all of
Phone
that
call out sick.
What you'd prefer. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
R&B group in the 90s named Portrait, and they had a song called Here We Go Again. You remember that song, Patrice? Here we go. Here we go again. That was the song.
I don't know it.
Yeah, well, we'll look it up. We'll play it for you because that's what we're talking about today, guys. The repeat performance, Control-C, Control-V. That's what we're doing as we look outside right now. I would say carbon copy, but then people are like, you're old and nobody knows what a carbon copy is. So there's a movie called Carbon Copy?
There was.
Okay, I'll have to look at it. I don't remember that movie.
Famous person in it.
This is our shot from our Towson camera right now. I mean, basically what we saw yesterday is what we're seeing again today. Look at all this heavy rain, too. And actually, it's rainier this morning, or some heavier rain showers this morning than what we saw yesterday. So crossing the Chesapeake now, moving out toward Edgewood, Bel Air. You're seeing that in downtown Baltimore City, up into Towson, over to Pikesville. Some of you to the south in areas in Anne Arundel County, you're not getting all of the heavy rain right now. That doesn't mean that you're done with it because more of us will see the rain throughout the day today. Now, we are drying out later this week, but the temperatures don't do much. They stay right here in the upper 40s and lower 50s over the next few hours, so definitely another indoor day. But as I mentioned, we've got some improving conditions as soon as tomorrow. I'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
We begin this morning with counties under pressure. The gun violence in Baltimore County continues after a violent weekend.
At least 3 people were wounded in shootings this weekend, 2 of them teenagers. Now another shooting, and this one was deadly.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the growing trend in the county. Shannon.
Yeah, not only are we seeing that violent trend, Patrice, but many of our questions to Baltimore County Police were going unanswered. And that's something that the Baltimore County Police Union president says is on par with a recent trend of a lack of transparency within the department.
And the police department is not being as forthcoming with information that very much could quell the fear that's going on when you hear about severe incidents.
Yeah, on Monday, residents at this apartment complex off Bel Air Road near Slater Avenue say they heard shots being sprayed, then later saw a body laying next to a dumpster. Now, we reached out to police for basic information, asking if this was a homicide and if there is still a threat to the public. But police were only willing to say officers responded to a shots fired call at the time, claiming that they can't release more information due to it being an active investigation. Now, this shooting incident also comes after a shooting in Catonsville left 2 teens in critical condition Saturday, and Sunday a man was found with multiple gunshot wounds in Owings Mills. Now, police later did confirm to us in that shooting from yesterday evening that they did find a man dead right on scene there. They say they got there around 5:40 p.m. and they say there is no longer a threat to the public. Homicide detectives are investigating in that case. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore homicide detectives have now joined the search for a baby that they say has been abducted by his mother. Police say 28-year-old Raven Harris took her 1-year-old son on Sunday from West Baltimore. The child was with a foster family at the time. Police say Harris fled in an unknown sedan, and the 2 have not been seen since. Investigators are asking anyone with information to contact homicide detectives or 911. Turning now to a city in crisis and a potential solution to a problem that Baltimore City has been dealing with for years. We've seen dangerous street racing and stunt driving shut down streets time and time again. Well, now there's a new law to crack down on those drivers. But the question remains, can it be enforced?
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from a spot where you can actually see dirt bikers often, Light and Pratt streets there. She has a closer look at the new law and how effective it could be moving forward. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan, as you mentioned, this intersection here at Light and Pratt is a popular spot for illegal street racing. And the question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? If convicted of illegal street racing, this new law carries a fine of up to $1,000 and up to a year in jail. City Councilman Schleifer introduced the bill this summer, and now Mayor Scott officially signed it into law.
Are you looking for arrest? Do you want to see arrest?
No, I mean, the idea here is that it serves as more of a deterrent. We don't want to have to take enforcement action, but now, if it does continue, there will be enforcement action taken.
Currently, the Baltimore City Police Department is understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he intends to prosecute the laws on the books. Now, Fox 45 News sent Bates' spokesperson an email yesterday evening with questions about the new law. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet, but we will send a follow-up email to try and get some answers. And back at City Hall, enforcement is expected.
When we sign a bill like this, we need to make sure that people are held accountable. I think that if folks are consistently breaking the law, then yes, they need to be arrested.
We got to put a stop to this, you know what I'm saying? It's dangerous, it can hurt somebody, it can cause damage. I mean, so many things, but more than anything is lawlessness.
Now, the new law will go into effect in 30 days, and once it does, we'll just have to wait and see if it's enforced and also if people plan to follow it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We are getting word right now that North Korea has launched a ballistic missile over Japan.
We have Tom Rogers joining us from our live center with the evacuations underway. Tom.
That's right. In fact, we want to take you right now to Tokyo. You can see it as people are crossing, moving around in the city here, where the ballistic missile is now forcing evacuation and suspending the rail service there. Now, also at the White House here this morning, where the Biden administration condemning that launch, calling the move by North Korean President Kim Jong-un, quote, dangerous and reckless. So if we go from there, we can take you to Seoul. This is where South Korea, where the president there confirming the missile had an intermediate range. If it involved a long-range missile, it could have been capable of hitting the U.S. island of Guam and beyond. Officials in Japan issuing their first J alert since 2017. That's an entire country broadcast alert, urging their residents to seek shelter. The missile traveling almost 3,000 miles, landing off Japan's northern coast. As of right now, there are no reports of any damage, though. North Korea has launched at least 40 ballistic and cruise missiles so far this year, 4 of those just last week. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. We are looking ahead to crime in the city for October to see if we could see a change. Just ahead, why Baltimore City's deputy mayor for public safety says that crime is going in the right direction.
We've got the rain that continues this morning and the chilly temperatures, wind as well. All of those things still in play this afternoon. We'll break down when we'll see some brighter skies ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Stay with us, won't you?
8:15 now. Baltimore City's deputy mayor for public safety saying that crime is going in the right direction. Over the weekend, Anthony Barksdale pointing to starting the month of October with one less homicide than we did at the same time last year. This morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Is this something to celebrate?
Well, I tell you, I saw Mr. Barksdale, and I thought that statement was rather embarrassing. The truth is that Mayor Scott's 5-year plan is a failure. And what they're trying to do is change the game so we lose track of what we're studying. When Mayor Scott announced that plan in July 2021, he guaranteed a 15% reduction in gun violence every year. Last year was the most deadly year in Baltimore's history. So they're already 15% behind. To get even, they'd have to reduce gun violence by 30% this year just to get even. What Mayor Scott's plan is really, it's a police reduction plan. Already this year, there's 100 fewer officers while the city hires social workers and violence interrupters. And there's one last thing, Megan, that people should realize. What the studies show is that for every 10 additional officers a department has, it results in one less homicide. Baltimore is down 600 officers. If it was fully staffed, you'd be saving 60 lives right off the bat.
Mari, there is no denying there is a long way to go. But when we look at the numbers, we did start October with one less homicide than we did the same time last year. A small step, a baby step at that. But for the people of Baltimore City, is it important to show some kind of improvement, some kind of progress?
Well, you know, you're always happy to see less people getting killed. Right. But the reality is nothing's changed as far as shootings. You know, shootings are up, homicides are down. Really, that is just blind luck. I mean, if it wasn't for, you know, Baltimore's fantastic, you know, trauma medical centers, there'd be a lot more deaths. Carjackings are still up. You know, open-air drug markets, you know, robberies, all these things are still going on. People are living in fear in their communities, and you really have to go back to this crime plan that is not a crime plan, is to reduce the police plan. And unless that's changed, you're long-term, you're not going to see progress in Baltimore.
All right, we'll have to wrap it there for now, Mari. Thank you for weighing in.
Thank you, Megan.
Time now, 8:18, and it's time to get another check of that forecast.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the rain and then when the sun may come out again.
Well, if we can hang on, guys, for the rest of today, even the first part of tomorrow, we will be okay. Don't worry. We are going to see some brighter skies. Even by tomorrow afternoon, may see that sun break out a little bit. But we still have to get through all of this. This is what it looks like right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam, kind of that misty morning. And some of you have seen some pretty heavy rain just in the last couple of hours. Upper 40s is all we are seeing right now. So it is chilly this morning. Wind at 7 to 15 miles an hour, making for the wind chill numbers in the lower 40s. That's what it feels like. Man, look at all this rain, especially for you on the eastern shore there, north of Chestertown up into Betterton, moving right across over to APG and Edgewood into the Bel Air region, down through Perry Hall and White Marsh, Essex Middle River into Dundalk, down through parts of Edgemere and Sparrows Point, even right across Baltimore City. You can see that as the heavier rain is right near the Inner Harbor downtown, all the way up toward Towson on the outer loop and out toward Woodlawn, continuing to pull out a little bit farther here. And notice in Cecil County, you're getting a bit of a break this morning. Also down through Easton and Denton. You've seen a lot of rain in the eastern shore, and you're getting a break at least right now. Same thing for you in Annapolis and areas out toward Laurel in southern parts of Howard County at this time. All of this coastal low, basically what is left from Ian, which is developed as an area of low pressure, still spinning around, still has some juice left, and still wants to bring more of that rain to our area through the next couple of hours. That's what we can see in our hourly future scan. So taking you through about 1 o'clock this afternoon, we'll see some areas where we get some breaks, then more of that heavy, wet rain is going to be rolling in. And continuing about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, finally after about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, we'll see that rain start to taper off a little bit. So hopefully they can get the O's game in tonight at Camden Yards. And look at this. Our future scan still showing you about 1 inch to 1.5 inches of additional accumulation from this morning all the way through tonight and even into early tomorrow morning. And the wind is not going to be a joke either. So hopefully you've already kind of taken down those Halloween decorations temporarily, the big inflatable things, because they're going to be blowing around today and even tomorrow once we start to dry out. High temps 73. Man, we'd love to be there, right? We're in the upper 40s and lower 50s for your highs this afternoon. This is continuing up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 56 degrees in Ocean City. That's going to be the high today. Here comes the low as it moves a little bit closer to us, wrapping that rain around. Now, what's going to happen late tonight and into tomorrow? Look at it. Bye. See you later. Bye, Felicia. Get out of here. Move on to the east. That's what we're going to see moving out, and we'll see drier air that will work in back behind that as we head into Thursday and Friday. Some very nice conditions with a lot drier air and warmer temperatures. Even tomorrow, with some of the cloud cover in the morning, we should still get to the 60s. I'm excited about it. That's why. And then back to the 70s into Thursday and Friday. We will be cooler this weekend, but we are going to stay dry, including for that Ravens game on Sunday night. Patrice?
Let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look at our traffic map, we're still seeing slowdowns throughout the region. The outer loop near Liberty Road, and then on the right, 95, still seeing backups due to an early morning crash involving several tractor trailers and a vehicle there. So just a slow go out there this morning. Give yourself plenty of extra time and use caution once you do hit the roads.
A homeless camp set up a block away from City Hall interrupts a weekend farmers market. Coming up, what is and isn't being done to resolve the issue and help people in need.
A mother's intuition proven right by a state investigation. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore looks into a report citing multiple violations by city schools when it comes to providing an education. 8:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's so Baltimore. We had some hilarious jokes last hour, but this hour we decided to kind of put them on ice.
Oh, shucks. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark. Save us from ourselves. He's getting ready for the World is Your Oyster Fest. He's at the B&O Railroad Museum. Hey, Mark, you can't even keep a straight face.
I know we got the comedy team on this morning. So Allison is the expert in everything oyster. So Allison, this fest is going down. We got all the great food, right?
That is right. We will have incredible seafood at World is Your Oyster Festival. What we're showing you here today is from Mount Washington Tavern, who will be participating in the event. Unfortunately, they won't be serving seafood, but they'll have a great beverage on hand. But these offerings, you know, we'll have shrimp, we'll have fish dishes, we'll have, of course, oysters on the half shell, grilled, I think buffalo fried oysters. Ooh. There'll be so many great options for people to come out and eat, enjoy, you know, drink to your heart's content, and obviously have a great time.
And Allison just broke it down, everybody. For now, we were talking about oysters, right? And I asked Allison, what is the taste of oysters? And you told me something I never heard before.
So just like wine, oysters take on the characteristics of where they're grown. We call it merroir.
The merroir.
The merroir.
So the oysters grown in Maryland will have the Maryland merroir?
That is true. We will have 10 oyster farms from throughout the Chesapeake Bay, so you'll really get to experience the different taste profiles of each farm.
Look at that. She is the oyster queen. Who knew? Did you guys know about the merroir comedy team?
We love oysters, but merroir, that's good to know.
Word of the day. No more jokes.
Yep. We're learning stuff now.
Right. All right. We can't promise no more jokes, though.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Pull out the heaters, the sweaters, because it's going to be chilly out there today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when the next warm-up will be.
The new police redistricting map was approved by City Council. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain the impact it could have. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 8:43 is your time right now. This pesky mid-Atlantic coastal low just sitting there and spinning, bringing more of that rain to the region, not only this morning, but into the afternoon as well. So Carlos the crab, yeah, he's a little crabby today. Look at that, a 1 on the Crabcast. But don't you worry, Carlos, and the rest of you as well. We'll see that number rise as we get later into this week with drier days ahead. Still only in the lower 50s for our highs this afternoon with the rain and the wind sticking around. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. A sensitive subject for many parents and kids, obesity, something that needs to be addressed in order to avoid certain health concerns. Just ahead, the easiest ways to approach the topic with your kids.
More states legalizing the use of recreational marijuana in Maryland could be on the way. The concerns parents need to keep an eye on and the long-lasting effects. 8:43 is your time.
It is 8:46, fighting obesity and keeping kids healthy. This morning, we are helping you start the conversation with your family. It can be difficult. Registered dietitian and nutritionist and director of Way Smart at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital, Michelle DeMule-Hayes, joining us live to weigh in. Thank you so much for joining us. I think my question begins with, is this a conversation we should be having with our kids no matter what they weigh? Is this just important health topics?
Absolutely. So we know today that about a third of our kids are either overweight or obese in the U.S. So it's definitely a public health issue, and it's definitely an issue that affects a lot of the kids. So I would start with a conversation with your child's pediatrician and just see where your child is in terms of their growth. So they're going to be monitoring their growth to have an idea of if they are sort of crossing percentiles, which is when we become concerned.
Michelle, I think it's such a touchy subject because we hear so much about body image and we don't want our kids to worry about that. So how do we make them aware of healthy eating versus, not worrying about how they look?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's definitely an issue that we are concerned about. We don't want to set children up for body image issues or eating disorders. So it's really approaching this as a family unit. We talk about making changes as a family. So we're not singling out a child. So we really talk about looking at screen time. We talk about healthy foods. We talk about increasing activity, again, as a family, not just that child.
And if you worry that your child, is overweight, are there certain steps that we can take to try and make changes as a family?
Yeah, so absolutely looking at, again, sort of the healthy foods at home. So looking at myplate.gov is a great resource for families to sort of design a healthy plate. So make sure we're focusing on lean proteins, low-fat dairy, lots of fruits and vegetables, 5 a day. Definitely looking at what we're drinking. We see a lot of kids are drinking a lot of, sodas, juice, things that are a lot of what we call empty calories. So they're not giving us good nutrition. So we talk about looking at what we're drinking and then also focusing on activity. So the recommendations are 60 minutes a day of physical activity for kids, which I can tell you a lot of kids are not meeting those recommendations. So looking at activity and screen time. We know that kids in the U.S. average about 7 hours of screen time a day.
Oh my goodness.
Which is crazy, right? So really looking at focusing on increasing active time, decreasing sedentary time.
Some great advice. Thank you for your help this morning, Michelle.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
8:49 now, and it's time to get another check of our forecast. We want to be more active. We might have to do it inside today.
Yeah, maybe find some creative ways. Puzzles, books. Justin Chambers is here to explain why it's going to be most likely indoors.
We've got I think 3 crossword puzzles saved up from the last couple of weeks. Jess and I love trying to do the New York Times crossword puzzle. By the way, she does most of it. And then she's like, hey, what is the sports team based in New York? And I'm like, Jets? And she's like, that's great. So I do those, and she does all the really hard ones. But either way, yeah, good crossword puzzle day for sure. Our live cam in Towson. Although I did get IMP. Do you remember that guy? He's an architect. And she's like, architect. And I was like, PEI. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. Some random stuff's up in that big hat rack of mine. All right, here's that HD radar right now. You can see the heavier rain crossing over the northern edge of the Chesapeake Bay, right over to Edgewood, over to Bel Air, up into Aberdeen, Perry Hall, White Marsh, Essex, Middle River. You've been hit with a lot of rain this morning. That continues now northern Baltimore County, right along the outer edge of the outer loop of the Beltway up toward Towson, Cockeysville. Continuing to see that in western parts of Baltimore, Reisterstown, Owings Mill, down through Randallstown. That's where we're seeing that rain, even down through Arbutus at this time. You can see on our HD radar that a lot of you in Anne Arundel County, you're just picking up a few of those showers right now. The heaviest rain have not seen so far this morning, but that doesn't mean that you won't, because we still have this coastal low that is going to kind of hang around and be pesky here throughout the day today. It's actually going to slide a little farther to the west, so we're going to get more of that influence from that low over the next couple of hours. This is about 1 o'clock this afternoon, kind of those bands of that moderate to heavy rain. It'll take a break, and then more of the rain starts again, and then it stops, and then it starts again, and kind of what we're going to see again today, a repeat performance. Finally, by this evening, it does look to taper off. Most of our models are bringing those rain totals back a little bit. Here's a look at our future scan in terms of rainfall numbers. This is an updated look, and these actually have come down just a bit. But remember, we still have a very saturated ground, so even another ½ inch to an inch of rain with the wind means it could be easier to knock down some trees out there. 20 to 25 and 30-mile-an-hour gusts expected today. Even tomorrow, behind that system as we dry out, we'll see still more of a northerly wind. Yeah, Daryl, the dragonfly trying to stay dry today with temperatures only in the lower 50s, almost anemic numbers there. 73 is typically where we are. Another day where we'll be some 20 degrees below average for our highs, not only here, but up and down the East Coast there for Philly, Baltimore, down through D.C., out through western Maryland, and even down the ocean. 7-day forecast looks like this. So we'll see 60s tomorrow, eventually a little bit warmer, finally drier by tomorrow afternoon. We'll start off with some kind of misty conditions in the morning, but it will be drier and warmer for the later part of the day. Thursday and Friday look great, guys, with temperatures in the 70s. It will be dry this weekend, however, quite a bit cooler, including for that Ravens game on Sunday night. Time to take a look at a view through your window. If you have a moment, take a look at your TV screen. Seal sent this in. This is the dangling squirrel. And that squirrel is dangling down, I guess, trying to get some more food or trying to attack some of those bird feeders. So I know our executive producer, Erin, and her husband have problems with those squirrels in the backyard. But it's not from her yard. So we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 8:52 from the Live Center now. The trial for 5 alleged members of Oath Keepers resumes today, taking you to the nation's capital, where these 5 are charged with conspiring to oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power by force January 6th of last year. Now, the piece of video obtained by CNN showing 3 out of the 5 who prosecutors say are the Oath Keepers breaching the Capitol. If you look close, you can see the group wearing combat gear as they're going inside. The defense expected to argue the group came to D.C. as peacekeepers and believe President Donald Trump would invoke the Insurrection Act, which would deploy the military to calm the crowds should things get out of control. Now, the group pleading not guilty to those charges, which, if convicted, could mean up to 20 years in prison. This trial expected to last 3 to 5 weeks.
And the World is Your Oyster Festival going down Saturday. We'll tell you all about it and some of the amazing vendors with the food and everything else coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Today's creature feature is Creepy Crawly. Make sure you keep watching as we introduce you to our tiny guest that may have you screaming or hissing.
Yeah, tiny. I don't know if we could say tiny because these critters coming in are not tiny. It's like only drinking 1 cup of coffee, but the cup is actually 3 times a normal cup.
Well, whatever cup you've got, we're crawling into a coffee break. It is 8:57. A Democratic Massachusetts senator finds there is a rise in fraud and scam incidents on the popular payment app Zelle. A report was released by the office of Senator Elizabeth Warren Monday, citing data from 4 banks that operate the Zelle network. The report found in 2021 and in the first half of 2022, there were more than 190,000 cases where a customer claimed they were misled into sending money. In total, the cases were worth $213.8 million, but banks only reimbursed a small fraction of that. Now the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is also looking into Zelle. Remote work may be a blessing for Americans who enjoy not having to commute to the office, but analysts are warning that it could cost Americans their jobs later on. A recent analysis by the Labor Department found that the highest paying jobs, such as software engineers and internet publishing, are easier to do remotely. Industry professionals believe that high-paid tech workers could find themselves out of a job within a decade if companies outsource those positions with workers from overseas and pay workers much less. The number of Americans back working in the office is still less than half of what it was before the pandemic, and companies are trying to find ways to get more back working in person. According to Microsoft's latest research, the number one thing that could convince employees to return is social time with coworkers. Well, now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I'm so excited to bring back one of our top sellers, one of our very top sellers, the Solar Wave. Now, this little device, so good. This little device uses red light therapy, warmth and massage, as well as microcurrent to stimulate your skin to improve those fine lines, wrinkles, and tighten everything. All I can say, we see a ton of products. People send us everything, and we found this superstar just for you. I know the beauty space is really overwhelming. So we did all the work for you. We curated this product. The before and afters speak for themselves. And it's not only great for your face, but it's also great for your neck and your chest areas. And these are areas we often ignore. All you have to do, just wait for it, is use it for 5 minutes a day. That's it. And you will start to see results. You just have to roll it over your face. That's it. I keep it right by my nightstand. You can feel it working on your skin, the tightening, absolutely relaxing. It just feels good. Now, we all love finding at-home beauty tools that we can use without going to the spa and spending all that extra money or all that extra time. We're offering 40% off the Solar Wave. I would advise all of you to buy this now because it's not going to last. So to take advantage of this deal and so many more, go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor and Towson. It's chilly out there. I think you can see it's wet as well. You are also taking a look at the area temperatures. If you're getting ready to head out, make sure you've got the umbrella. You might need some layers. Definitely need some layers heading out this morning.
There's 40s in that. I don't like it. That is way too soon for that. Good morning. On this Tuesday, October 4th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and see when we might see a warm up.
I've got my blanket because it feels like 40s in here.
Yeah, it is really cold in here. I have my space heater on. I had it on at home, too, because we've just had these gloomy, these cool days, but there is relief in sight. We've got drier weather and warmer temperatures that are on the way. We just have to hold out a little while longer as we still deal with the remnants from Ian. So right now we're seeing some rain. We've got that low pressure system off the coast, and that's what's leading to some of those areas of rain across the state. We're seeing some spots with moderate, even heavy rain at this time, especially around Baltimore. Here's a look at that low pressure system. It remains off the coast, and it's just been lingering there for the past couple of days, and that's why we've had the rain. But once that does continue to move away from our area, we're talking drier weather returning to our area. We're starting off at 48 over Baltimore right now with rainy conditions, and notice that visibility, that number is reduced. So make sure that you're driving safely on the roads. I'll let you know how much rain we could see and when it finally ends coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. It's 9:02 and the new session for the Supreme Court has just kicked off, but already the 9 justices are set to hear oral arguments in a case today that promises to be quite contentious.
The decision could effectively mean the end of several provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Let's go to national correspondent Christine Frizzell in Washington. She's got the details.
Patrice and Megan, good morning. This looks especially at the congressional redistricting plan in the state of Alabama, where African Americans make up about 25% of the population. However, a Republican state legislature there redrew voting lines, and only 1 out of 7 districts have the likelihood of electing a candidate that represents them. The other black voters are spread out across the remaining 6 districts, so their vote is essentially diluted. The state of Alabama argues redistricting maps should not begin and end with race, Black voters there say they're being discriminated against by a Republican legislature wanting even more power in a very red state than they already have.
Christine, at another court in Washington today, the second day of testimony in that highest profile case connected to the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. What are we learning about this?
Yeah, this is in federal court, really just down the street from where I am. The case of the Oath Keepers continues today. That is the extremist group led by Stuart Rhodes, who, according to prosecutors, had the goal of stopping, by whatever means necessary, the lawful transfer of presidential power by taking up arms against the United States government. Now, the 5 charged in this case are basically on trial for seditious conspiracy, and 4 of them were members of the military. Now, lawyers are outlining a case of a group that planned and was ready for an armed rebellion who stored weapons in nearby Virginia to shatter the bedrock of democracy. With all the cameras capturing pictures and videos that day, some of them are featured directly here. They're also using the words from text messages. The defense is expected to argue that they came to the nation's capital as a group, that was trying to be peacekeepers, that they believed President Donald Trump was going to invoke the Insurrection Act, and they were here to help and lend support. We also have learned the January 6th committee will hold its next hearing next week on October 13th. That hearing was postponed due to Hurricane Ian. Patrice, Megan?
All right, Christine Frizzell live in Washington. Thank you.
Well, now it's time for today's number of the day. It analyzes Americans' views on the pandemic. 55% of voters say the worst of the pandemic is behind us. A Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds that roughly 1/5 say the worst is still to come. This is close to the highest level of optimism Rasmussen pollsters have measured since the pandemic began.
Baltimore homicide detectives have now joined the search for a baby they say has been abducted by his mother. Police say 28-year-old Raven Harris took her 1-year-old son on Sunday from West Baltimore. The child was with a foster family at that time. Police say Harris fled in an unknown sedan, and the two have not been seen since. Investigators are asking anyone with information to contact homicide detectives or to call 911.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a potential solution to a problem Baltimore City has been dealing with for years. We've seen dangerous street racing and stunt driving shut down streets time and time again. Well, now there's a new law to crack down on those drivers, but the question remains, can it be enforced? Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from a spot where you often see dirt bikers, Light and Pratt Street. She's got a closer look at the new law and how effective it could be. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Patrice. And as you mentioned, this intersection here at Pratt and Light is a popular spot for illegal street racing. And the question now is, will city leaders crack down on the crime? If convicted of illegal street racing, this new law carries a fine of up to $1,000 and up to a year in jail. And City Councilman Schleifer introduced the bill this summer, and now Mayor Scott officially signed it into law.
Are you looking for arrest? You want to see arrest?
No, I mean, the idea here is that it serves as more of a deterrent. We don't want to have to take enforcement action, but now, if it does continue, there will be enforcement action taken.
Currently, the Baltimore City Police Department is understaffed, and State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby has said she won't prosecute certain lower-level crimes, but presumptive incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates has said he intends to prosecute the laws on the books. And Fox 45 News sent Bates' spokesperson an email yesterday evening with questions about the new law. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet, but we will send a follow-up email to try and get some answers. And this new law officially goes into effect in 30 days, so we'll just have to wait and see if it will be enforced and also if people plan to follow it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 9:07, and Fox 45 News is also looking into laws that are not being enforced in Baltimore City, and that includes laws that could keep squeegee kids off the streets. One of them states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. The other targets aggressive soliciting. Another is the city curfew. The law states children 13 years old and younger in Baltimore City must be inside from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m., while children 14 to 16 have an 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says that curfew is impossible to enforce.
9:07 and trending now. Free samples are back at Trader Joe's.
This coming after a more than 2-year pandemic hiatus. The chain started giving away free in-store samples at some locations on Saturday. Customers got to take a bite out of granola, and Halloween cookies too.
Now, while Trader Joe's will continue to offer free samples of snacks and treats, a report says don't expect it to bring back its hot coffee.
Why? Why only the cookies? Why not the coffee?
I don't know. You need the coffee if you're going
Right.
to have the cookies. Seems like it goes hand in hand. But hey, don't knock a free cookie
No,
either.
I just think it's funny that it's like a hard no. You just
Not
think
gonna
they
do
wouldn't
it.
say anything.
Maybe they just saw that they saved money when they did it. And
Right.
now they can. There's an excuse not to go back to it. So who knows?
Although I joined Costco because of the free samples to go through. It's the
Are they
whole-
back to doing it now?
Little, just a little, not quite to the extent.
All right. Well, something we don't want more of, and we can't seem to get rid of, this rain.
No more samples.
Yeah, it's just been so gloomy. Over the past few days, it's been very gray, rainy, even breezy at times, and that's how we're starting the morning. That's where our day is headed. Across the state, we're seeing many areas in the 40s and 50s. We even have the 30s over in Oakland, Maryland. That's the cool spot and very chilly this morning. But as we head into the afternoon, those temperatures slightly rise. We're looking at highs reaching the low 50s and actually about 20 degrees below average. But we'll get back to the 70s and warmer and drier temperatures in just a few more days. I'll let you know how long the rain lasts and when we finally get a warm up coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
9:09 now. Stop and take a selfie at the World is Your Oyster Fest.
Ah, you cracked a new one there. It's local seafood and party with a purpose, benefiting the Oyster Recovery Partnership, which is so important here in Baltimore. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is not saying, what did they want, buy valve just yet?
I
He's
don't
joining
know.
us live from the B&O Railroad Museum with more. Explain to this, Mark. What's going on?
Hey, look, we're back with Allison. And last time, again, Allison gave us a word of the day. Allison is here with Angela. So, Allison, it's going down.
It's going down this weekend. World is Your Oyster Festival. We'll have great food, great beverage, a shucking competition, learn to shuck like a pro, and a vendor village with incredible partners of ORPs selling oyster art, oyster wares, oyster jewelry. Smythe Jewelers will be on site. They've helped us plant oysters throughout the Chesapeake Bay this year and just reached the 1 million oysters planted mark.
1 million, Mark. Angela, it's a big deal, right?
Very big deal. We are so excited to be partnering with ORP, and we're a Maryland business, and we love the Chesapeake watershed, so we're just so honored to be a part of this.
And so I see the beautiful work up there.
We've got lots of great oysterware here, too. Pearls, you know, pearls and oysters go hand in hand, so we're going to be bringing some beautiful jewelry on Saturday, some great giftware, lots of good Maryland artist stuff.
Awesome. This is a great event. And again, we learned our word. I think we'll wrap it up with, Allison, is ORP. You're down with ORP? Yeah, you know me. See? And that's Oyster Recovery Program, right?
Partnership.
Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
Wow. Sorry, guys.
Hey,
You did great. Everybody does it.
doing good work is what matters.
Missed it by that much.
Or that
That's
much. All right, Mark. Thank you. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. I love when he's out on these stories. All right, 5 alleged Oath Keepers back in court today, facing charges in the January 6th insurrection, what their attorney is arguing.
And a new study finds links to marijuana use and heart disease. After the break, a Johns Hopkins University professor is going to be weighing in. 9:12. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:14, and now to your health headlines. As more states are legalizing the use of marijuana for recreational use, a study by Stanford University found a direct link to regular marijuana use and heart disease. Study found THC increases the risk significantly of heart attacks for frequent smokers compared to non-users. Joining us now, Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, Dr. Ryan Vondre. Dr. Ryan, we're talking about Dr. Vondre, I should say. We're talking about this because you're starting to see a little bit more push. A lot of states are saying, okay, well, we can do this. We can make money off of this. I mean, because people are smoking it illegally. Why not legalize it and get some of the tax benefits here?
Yeah, so there's like anything, there's a pro and a con to legalization, and there are obviously health concerns with routine, regular use of cannabis. On the cardiovascular front, THC does reliably increase heart rate and can modulate blood pressure as well under acute dosing situations. And we do see a number of cases over the years of people who otherwise look healthy and have very few risk factors having heart attacks or things like that.
And there's so many different ways, vehicles, I guess, to get the THC into your body in those kind of lay terms. But this study and a lot of other states are saying, okay, we're starting to come out with more studies because now they have regulated marijuana samples that are used and regulated by the government, and they can take the effects of those studies versus somebody getting marijuana off the streets.
Yeah, well, regulation is a real important factor here, and that's something that the federal government has not really stepped in and done. So we're relying on states to regulate these products to keep out contaminants and other drugs that can be found in black market samples. So it's important to ensure that if we are going to legalize cannabis, that it's very well regulated to keep contaminants and other harmful byproducts out of those products.
Dr. Vondre, are you seeing any effects, though, say, children and the use of marijuana with them?
I mean, this goes back decades now. We know that use of cannabis among younger adults and children is harmful. Part of the problem that we see right now is unintentional ingestion by children. So a lot of edible products look like gummy bears and other candies that they would normally eat, and they're taken by kids unknowingly, and they end up having a terrible time, right? With a high drug effect that wasn't expected.
But there are some benefits to this, though. I mean, medicinal purposes, you see that all over. Have you seen studies where it does correlate with saying, okay, marijuana is helping ease these symptoms?
Absolutely. So there's a recognized benefit, health benefit of certain and appropriate use of cannabis by individuals with health conditions. What we need there is to refine what aspects of the plant are helping people, see if we can get products that are carefully formulated to help with specific health conditions and at the right dose and the right formulation, the right route of administration. Too often we're trying right now to take one thing, have it be formulated 800 different ways and applying it medicinally for 15 different health conditions. And so we need just to refine that a little bit better.
Great point. And Dr. Vondre, thank you so much, with Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, professor there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. An absolutely gross morning this morning. Most of Maryland, remnants of Hurricane Ian as it continues to, it seems like it's moving through our region, but it really, Megan and Patrice, it seems like it's just sitting here.
Yeah, because this is a few days in a row now. And as this day goes on, so will the rain and the chilly temperatures. I think that's what makes it even worse.
And so now we've got some questions for meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. How is this day shaping up, Jasmine? Any change?
Man. No, it's just been like the past few days. Rainy, breezy, one of those days when you just want to stay inside, curl up by the fire or the space heater. It's feeling more like late fall than early fall. But notice around the state, we're still tracking some rain. This is all from that low pressure system that remains off the coast. We're seeing those oranges and yellows and reds indicating that moderate to heavy rain really centered over the Baltimore area. Some areas still dry right now, but that will change as we head into the afternoon. Here's a larger look at things. Notice that low pressure system off the coast. That's what we're keeping track of, and it's just sitting in that one area leading to rain across parts of our region. Here we're at 48 over Towson. Winds are out of the northwest around 5 miles per hour, so not too windy right now, not very breezy, but notice that visibility, that number is down. So as you drive on the roads, roads. Make sure that you're driving safely with that reduced visibility and with the rain on the roads. Notice temperatures mainly in the 40s and the 50s this morning. 50 down in California. La Plata at 52. That's the high spot. And then the cool spot, Oakland at 39 degrees. So very chilly over there. But really for all of us, we're not expecting a big warm up. High temperatures reach the 50s. That's going to keep us about 20 degrees below average for this time of year, but we're heading back to those warmer temperatures in just a few more days. Notice on the future scan, once we get to about noon, the coverage of that rain begins to increase, and then those showers continue as we head into the evening. This means likely another wet commute for you. Once we get to the night, those showers become a little more scattered, but we're still looking at that chance for wet roads tomorrow morning and possibly another wet commute. The showers continue into the early afternoon, but by about 4 o'clock, we're actually starting to see those taper, and we finally have some drier weather moving into the region. Not only that, but the clouds begin to clear, and by Thursday, we're looking at a fantastic start to the day. Warmer temperatures, lots of sunshine, and really that's when our temperatures get closer to average, and we finally start to see that nice warm up. 53 for the high temperature today. It'll be rainy and cool and breezy this afternoon, very similar to what we've been dealing with over the past few days. So another gray and gloomy day. Then tomorrow we have that chance for a few showers. After that, heading into Thursday, temperatures are finally back to the 70s. 75 as we head into Friday, and a great way to start the weekend, but we're actually looking at a cool down on Saturday and Sunday. 63 with plenty of sunshine on Saturday, 65 and pretty nice day for the Ravens game. Of course, they have that night game. Then as we head into Monday, temperature is still in the 60s with lots of sunshine. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. It has been a rough morning on the roads and a lot still going on even at this hour. There is a crash on the outer loop at Reisterstown Road. There is another crash on 95 South in the Fort McHenry tunnel, and then there is another crash a little more north on 95 South at White Marsh Boulevard. The last accident just north of that and Mountain Road along 95 South. So it is very slick and wet out there. Please use caution if you're heading out.
A homeless camp set up a block away from City Hall interrupts a weekend farmers market. Coming up, what is and isn't being done to resolve the issue and help those in need.
And after the break, how the Maryland Zoo is getting you ready for Halloween with some creepy, crawly creatures live in studio, if you dare. 9:22 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, welcome back, everybody. They're like, hey, Jasmine, you can do the weather. Justin, guess what you get to do? You get to talk about Creature Feature. And in our spotlight today, we are sharing 2 creepy, crawly animals to spook you up just before Halloween. Jenny Egan here with the Maryland Zoo joining us with a tarantula and a few hissing cockroaches. Yep. Jenny, I'm good back here. You can tell me about what's going on.
That's right. So we have Cholula right here and Valentina here in this case. They are Mexican red-kneed tarantulas. Huh. Obviously red-kneed because they have red knees. And then we have Madagascar hissing cockroaches over here. So tarantulas being arachnids. Yeah. And I promise you have nothing to be afraid of. Okay, good. They have been handled the whole life. Cholula's 5 and Valentina here is 3.
Are both of these part of the invertebrate family?
So they're all in the invertebrate family, meaning they don't have a backbone. Okay. Tarantulas are arachnids.
I know some guys in college don't have a backbone, but that's a different story.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So these guys are arachnids, and these guys are considered insects. They have 6 legs. These guys have 8.
How many species are they? I mean, the invertebrates, it's a pretty large.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah. It's larger than any other species or group of animal. So. And
it's interesting, too. Marylanders apparently enjoy eating a specific invertebrate. Tell me about that, please.
I would imagine that you can eat them. We at the zoo, we don't eat the animals that we care for.
That's smart.
Which is probably always a good thing to do.
Practice,
so
I think.
We don't do that. But definitely there are people, and there are other cultures certainly that eat tarantulas and cockroaches and scorpions and all sorts of different things. They all bring benefit. They do offer some protein, but they also eat protein. So they also are carnivores.
I just saw that live. They zoomed in on that cockroach walking around. All right, we'll talk about the cockroach. The tarantula I'm more interested in because these actually, they look are and they look like nice, but you tell me about the thingies on their legs that are, like, they can shoot those out?
They can. So they have these little tiny hairs that they can shoot out when they're in fear or hunting or something like that. And it almost feels like a bee sting. And it can be very irritating to humans, but it can also very much injure any sort of predator that's trying to eat them.
But they do. I mean, they look very cool for Halloween. And people can come and see these things, right? Now, the Madagascar hissing cockroach, talk a little bit about that. Because I mean, you say it says popular in movies. I don't know what movies they're popular in.
Yeah, so it's because they're a larger species of roach. There's hundreds of species of roaches. These guys don't have wings, so they cannot fly. They're totally stationary. A lot of them do. But everything has a benefit. So these guys eat other insects, and these guys are decomposers.
All right, good. You just keep decomposing. You eat the insects. Jenny, thank you very much. Maryland Zoo. It is Halloween time. Guys, we're 27 days away from Halloween, if you can believe that. All right, speaking of Halloween and the cooler, spookier temperatures, we're talking about more of that rain that's hanging around, and Jasmine getting back on that green wall in just a few minutes. Far away from all of these things, we'll talk about your forecast in just a few.
The new police redistricting map was approved by City Council. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain the impact it could have. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
You are looking live at conditions in Ocean City, in Towson, and in Baltimore as we are once again starting this day on a rainy note. We've seen days of rain because of what was left over for us by Hurricane Ian. We can tell you, though, we've been told that there is an end to the rainy weather. It is in sight. Good morning, whether we believe that or not, on this rainy Tuesday. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen, and my caravan stops here. I've been following along with Ian from Florida up here. I'm out. I'm not going north if that's where this thing is going.
All right, so let's see when the sunshine is coming this way to meet you here. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here.
Well, we have a couple more days before the sunshine finally returns, but it comes back with warmer temperatures. Of course, we've been below average with those numbers in the 50s and 60s. Now, we're starting off with some areas of moderate, even heavy rain this morning, and it's centered over Baltimore. So notice those areas in yellows and oranges. That's where we're seeing that moderate to heavy rain, but we do expect that coverage to increase as we head into the afternoon. And here's that low pressure that sits just off the coast. We've got the rain surrounding that moving over parts of the mid-Atlantic into Pennsylvania, into New York. And because of that, we're talking cooler temperatures today, breezy conditions, and we're actually kind of alone in that cool weather. Here's a look at temperatures. Our high temperatures across the nation will be in the 50s. We're actually going to be cooler than Boston, and really the entire country is looking at warmer temperatures than we are. So that just shows you it's been very cool, very gray and gloomy, but we're going to get back to those 70s in just a few more days. I'll let you know how warm we get and what to expect for the weekend coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. On to our Len Stoller Traffic Network, and it's been a busy morning out there. It's yucky on the roads. There is a crash right now in the outer loop at Reisterstown Road, and we've got 3 crashes on 95 southbound. One in the Fort McHenry Tunnel. That's never a good thing. Another a little more north at White Marsh Boulevard, and then that last one just north of that at Mountain Road. You can see those indicated on the map here. A lot of slowdowns as a result. Turning now to a city in crisis. A vendor at the Baltimore Farmers Market says he will not return this weekend unless a solution is found for a homeless camp that has formed at the site of the market.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning near the farmers market location as we are questioning what city leaders are trying to do to resolve this. Shannon.
Yeah, and this homeless camp, Patrice, is still here on this rainy morning. In fact, you might be able to see it just behind me here. Behind some of this traffic, there's a couple of tents right under I-83. And this is just a stone's throw from city leadership, with City Hall just a block away. It's also home to the city's weekly farmers market. So vendors arriving Sunday morning came here and saw this.
I meet so many different folks around, and it's just a wonderful thing. Believe me, I love this market. I love Baltimore. But this is sad, what's going on. I don't know. I mean, they need homes. I understand that. They need homes. I'm just upset that the right hand doesn't speak to the left hand. And I mean, this shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that longtime vendor you just heard from says they showed up Sunday morning to find tents occupying spots where market vendors were supposed to set up. And he's frustrated that the city is not doing more. He says he will not return until the issue is resolved. Meanwhile, the mayor's office tells us they were aware of the homeless group present at the farmers market, and the city's homeless services are conducting outreach to see how to best move forward together. Now, the city also says that they are working with BOPA, and that is the organization that puts on the farmers market, and they are working with them, Patrice, to ensure a good experience for vendors and patrons moving forward.
Well, so Shannon, we know that about 8 months ago, the mayor said that there was going to be $90 million that would go toward homeless relief. Have we started to see that money trickle out? What's going on there?
Yeah, and that's a good point, Patrice. Really, the people that are out here in this weather, they say they are not feeling that relief. The homeless community says they feel the city has done nothing. Now, we reached out to the city, though, Patrice, with that very question, and they do say that they are submitting approval for shelter demobilization very soon, which they say could provide more emergency housing for people in need. So hopefully they will start to feel that relief. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Fox 45 News did send some questions to the mayor's office asking what action is being taken to assist the homeless while also ensuring the farmers market will not be impacted next weekend. Why were these individuals not helped sooner given the camp's visibility and proximity to City Hall? And has the city started using that $90 million to combat homelessness?
Now, the mayor's office responded in a lengthy statement saying they did reach out to the individuals experiencing homelessness who were in those tents on Friday. The office says it plans to submit approval for a third project to help get people off the streets. You can find the full statement in this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The Baltimore City Council approves its first changes to police districts in decades.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with what this redistricting will do for the city. Olivia.
Well, the city believes the proposed new lines will help the police department with several things, including to better manage resources and to respond to crimes faster. And that new map, which you're looking at right now, was drafted by the police department with input from the mayor and city council. And it would make the city's largest northeastern police district considerably smaller. The district is currently the largest by population and police workload. And on Monday, Mayor Scott tweeted, quote, ultimately, these districts optimize police response times and will facilitate better engagement between law enforcement and our communities. I look forward to signing the bill into law in the near future, end quote. Now, city officials often heard that certain districts were too large and police response time took too long. So feedback was gathered from residents for this change. And according to the proposal, redistricting will also reunite city neighborhoods that were previously divided by police lines and allow quicker response times to crime in each area. And the legislation, again, now goes to Mayor Scott to sign. And just for some context and perspective, these updated guidelines mark the most significant change to the district in more than 50 years. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Lawyers for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby have refiled their motion opposing a gag order in the federal case against Mosby.
The judge ordered the defense to refile the motion because they included specific private quotes from potential jurors last week.
The judge ordered that information must be taken out of the record and is giving them the deadline of Friday to show why she shouldn't penalize the Mosby team for disclosing the confidential information. According to the first filing, 30% of jurors said they had already made up their minds about the case.
9:38, and we have some breaking news coming out of Florida right now as a sheriff deputy is killed while serving a warrant.
Tom Rogers is at our live center now with the circumstances surrounding what happened, Tom.
Yeah, you see the body being moved into an ambulance. We went back a little bit because that ambulance then transported the body about 20-some miles. This is of a 21-year-old sheriff's body here. Polk County Sheriff Department says they were informed of a meth lab in a trailer park right in Polk City. Officials say while 4 deputies were serving that warrant, they took on some gunfire as soon as they walked into the building. One sheriff dying. The youngest out of the group, the 21-year-old, no word yet on the suspect's condition or even the name of the deputy. Now, the procession to bring the deputy's body to the Lakeland Hospital lasting, as I was saying, almost about 20 minutes from this point all the way to the hospital where the officers and the general public were lining the streets saluting that ambulance. Now, the shooting happening just outside of Polk City, Florida, about 20 miles from Lakeland, Florida, which is in between Tampa and Orlando, where first responders, as you know, are doing a lot right now besides this right here. Now they've been worried about the cleanup because they were right in the line of Ian. Area is part of Ian's eye that moved over the entire area just days ago. So you can just imagine what this whole group of first responders as they're crying and saluting their fellow deputy that was just gunned down. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Flu season is almost here. Coming up, why officials are urging you now more than ever to go ahead and get that flu shot.
And a cold and wet morning out there. But what about as we head into the weekend? Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has that for you and more coming up. 9:40. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:42. If you haven't gotten your flu shot yet, now is a good time to get it done.
And there are health experts that say this could be a bad year for it. We're talking about a possible big comeback after historically low levels during the COVID-19 pandemic.
For the fact that flu hasn't been here for a couple of years really has changed for the population immunity to flu. Not only that overall we just haven't been exposed to as much, so the population immunity has dropped. But we've got kids who are now 2 years older getting their first exposure to flu than typical.
Australia just ended a particularly bad flu season. U.S. flu vaccines protect against 4 different strains. The CDC says everyone 6 months and older should get a flu shot. The positive news coming out of Florida following the devastating damage that was done by Hurricane Ian. What the state's largest power utility company is saying about getting residents back on the grid.
And wedding bells and furry friends are what some would call a perfect combination. But is the puppy love enough to break a world record? Find out after the break. 9:44 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. It's 9:46, and Florida's largest power utility company says it is ahead of schedule.
That's the good news. They expect to have a majority of residents back on the grid by the end of Friday.
This news comes after Hurricane Ian wiped out the power for 2.6 million customers last week. As of yesterday, Florida Power and Light reports about 550,000 people still in the dark. Florida Power and Light believes that one reason for this quick turnaround is the steps the company has taken to reinforce the grid.
We're still having areas like you can see behind me where we're rebuilding, but for now, we've been able to get a lot of folks up quickly because we're able to repair, clean the areas, all the debris.
Well, Florida Power and Light reports about 5% of those affected are still without power, explaining most of those customers are in areas that are still flooded.
Well, just before Hurricane Ian struck the U.S., Hurricane Fiona devastated Puerto Rico.
And currently there, tens of thousands of people remain in the dark. Yesterday, President Biden surveyed that damage and vowed continued support. It has been 2 weeks since Fiona tore through, knocking out power to the U.S. territory.
90% of the island is back online, but 66,000 are still without water. Biden announced more than $60 million in new funding to help coastal areas with flood warning systems. That is on top of recent announcements from the bipartisan infrastructure law, totaling upwards of $700 million.
We're investing in Puerto Rico's roads, bridges, public transit, ports, airports, water safety, and high-speed internet. We know that the climate crisis and more extreme weather are going to continue to hit this island and hit the United States overall. And as we rebuild, we have to ensure that we build it to last.
Well, President Biden says that they will put particular focus on making the power grid more resilient for future storms. Hurricane Maria devastated the island 5 years ago, killing nearly 3,000 people.
9:48 now this morning. It's time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax checking in with us.
And it's going to be another gray and gloomy day. We've been talking about the tropics and what we've been seeing, and we're still dealing with what's left of Ian. It's really been a big weather maker for us, leading to rain and breezy conditions, and we have more of that on the way today. We're starting off with some rain over the Baltimore area, and it's continuing to move toward the west, but we expect more coverage of this rain extending across more parts of the state heading into the afternoon. Now here's a look at that low pressure system. It does remain off the coast, and as it continues to move farther and farther to the east, we'll finally get some relief and that rain will taper. But we've got another day to deal with that rain today and a few showers tomorrow before we finally get back to that dry pattern. 48 for the current temperature, and we've just been holding at this number for the past few hours. Temperatures have been pretty steady and very cool. Over Towson, cloudy, rainy, that visibility is down. It's starting to become a little more breezy, and you'll notice those winds pick up as we head into the afternoon. We could have gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Across the state, we're seeing numbers in the 40s and 50s, 30s over toward western Maryland and Oakland, 39 there. Now, as we head into the afternoon, temperatures today only in the 50s, about 20 degrees below average. But we're looking at an upward trend over the next few days. 60s tomorrow, still with the chance for a few showers. But then we're back to that dry weather on Thursday. And notice temperatures actually above average will be in the mid-70s. So looking at a great end to the week and a nice time as we enter the weekend. Notice we've got rain around midday. The coverage does increase, and these showers continue as we head into the evening. So you're looking at another rainy commute. Then overnight, expect a few scattered showers. These carry us into the morning. You could be driving on wet roads once again with a few showers into the early afternoon. But by the late afternoon, the rain finally starts to taper. We'll be left with a few clouds, those clear overnight, and then we're waking up to lots of sunshine as we head into Thursday. It looks like a gorgeous day. We've got the dry weather, the sunshine, and those temperatures back to the 70s. But today, we still have the rain and the gloomy conditions. 53. It will be cool again. Notice, though, we do have winds picking up this afternoon, and it could be breezy at times. Then tomorrow, still dealing with a few showers, but these will mostly occur during the morning. 65 by the time we reach the afternoon. Then we're looking at the 70s on Thursday and again on Friday, but that nice warm up will be short-lived. As we head into the rest of the weekend, temperatures fall back to the 60s, 63 and sunny on Saturday, mid-60s on Sunday. It will be a little chilly as we head into the night for the Ravens game. Then by Monday, temperatures are back in the upper 60s with lots of sunshine.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. 9:51 with all that rain. We're going to give you a bright spot this morning. Puppy love is real, but the question is it enough to break a world record?
Love is always enough. Over 100 dogs and their owners headed to a minor league baseball field in Illinois Sunday to try to break the Guinness World Record for the largest dog wedding. Sadly, though, their love fell short. Only 66 dog couples actually tied the knot, which is well below the 178 couples who said I do back in 2007 for that world record. The Kane County Cougars Baseball Foundation hosted the doggy wedding event, which also doubled as a fundraiser for military veterans and animal rescue groups. But they had a good time.
Yes.
66 love stories to talk about.
That's a very positive way to look at it.
And how cute they are.
And champagne.
All right, well, hopefully that's not. More rain today with highs If you want to say hi, it's in the 50s. Still to come, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know when we're finally going to dry out in her 10-day forecast. 9:52 is the time.
Trending today for all you taco lovers out there, happy National Taco Day. And guess what? Falls on Taco Tuesday. If you're looking to celebrate, you're in luck because many restaurants all across the country are offering some deals for you.
Moe's Southwest Grill giving Moe's members $5 off any meal kit. Taco Bell bringing back its taco subscription service, the Taco Lovers Pass for one day only. And Del Taco is keeping the celebrations going all month with their Tacoberfest campaign that offers 31 days of deals if you use the rewards app. I mean, I like tacos, but that's a lot of tacos for a whole month.
We eat tacos every Tuesday.
Do you really?
Every Tuesday is Taco Tuesday at our house.
That makes sense. I mean, that's good. You got a system going. Yeah.
When I saw this story, I was like, is there a Del Taco around here? It's a West Coast thing.
Yeah.
Got to go to Georgia. The closest one is in Georgia. Let me tell you, folks, you got to check out Del Taco.
It's a 2-hour flight.
It's a 2-hour flight. It's easy.
Not
All
even.
right.
Not bad.
What do you got
Not
for the
too bad.
forecast?
It's not as good as tacos, unfortunately. We've got rain and cool temperatures, 53, about 20 degrees below average, but we get back to that warm trend, 60s tomorrow, 70s on Thursday and Friday. Then we're back to the 60s as we head into the weekend.
Do we have the rainbow? Oh, no, this is the
there's
Vegas.
Las Vegas,
Yeah, they changed it.
There's my
betting on
hometown.
sunshine
There's Del
later this
Tacos in Las Vegas. There's plenty of Del Tacos in Las
All right,
Vegas.
do you see a
Let's
rainbow?
go.
Oh, I kind of can see it. All right, from the middle of the screen shooting up to the right.
I don't
Yes.
see it.
All right.
How
You guys
many
don't see it? Right
tacos
here.
have
Look
you
at this.
had, Tom?
Look.